Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 2, Episode Dux. And of course, we're live and direct with all the sinners up in the house tonight. We got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexicant. We got Sinner No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler. And last but not least, we got Sinner Tony, aka The Shiner. And I be your host, the Toxic Sinner, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
I ain't fact checking shit.
Hello, everybody.
I was gonna do the Tony thing, but my throat is a little bit on edge right now, and I didn't want to start coughing. So I've had a sore throat the last couple days. Been kind of driving me nuts a little bit.
Tony,
There you go.
I'm the little boy that lives in your mouth.
That's fucking creepy.
It is creepy as shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. We are back in effect here. We had a little couple setbacks. That's why this show is becoming, or we're recording a little bit late, like a couple weeks later, I think.
Did we delay it twice? Or we just
I think just once,
think we
but the
did.
last show we delayed too.
So that's why this one feels even later.
Yeah.
It should have been done a couple weeks ago,
effect.
really. Yeah, it should have been done a couple weeks ago. So episode 3 is actually going to be recording in a couple weeks. So
Yeah, hopefully we get back on track just for consistency of releases, because we're already talking about what we're doing for April.
Right.
Like, we already picked our April titles essentially, and I like when it's smooth, like, oh, the titles come out, we do the show. Like, it gets, once it gets all mixed up, it feels weird. Because it really is like the perfect format, being monthly, with the way that the releases come out, and different months have different types of things and stuff. And obviously, like, the first episode of the season is like the top 10. I think it, like, the actual structure of like how the releases and the shows works pretty well, as long as we keep that format.
yeah, absolutely. There's definitely quite a bit of heat coming from Vinegar Syndrome here. What'd you guys think of the April announcements?
I thought those were like great.
Yeah, pretty insane month.
I was really interested in Devil Fetus and Her Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys, mainly Tyler, convinced me to get a movie, and which wasn't even on my radar before. I actually placed another order just to get it, because it wasn't in my initial pickups. But
I had done the same thing, actually. I passed right over. I didn't even recognize the title until Tyler said, "Oh, this is like a holy grail title for me." And then he started explaining, and I was like, "Holy shit, dude, I know that movie." I didn't even connect the dots at all, and I was like, "Holy shit, yeah, that movie is like super popular, but not
after
here
he
in the
explained
Western
it, I
world."
still didn't know anything about it.
Yeah. So I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, I honestly, if Tyler hadn't even mentioned, I would have just totally overlooked it completely. But
Yeah, and I think it's my first title from that label too.
I had one title from them last year.
what label is it? Connie?
Connie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I have one or two from Connie. Yeah.
I think I have one. Being Natural, that came out like a few years ago.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I did that last season. I did My Heart Is That Eternal Rose from them.
So did we announce what we were doing for next month, like the next show?
No, we would have
that'll
done it on this
be
show.
at the
We
end
just
of this episode.
Okay, I was just wondering if we did it, because I'm like, I'm all screwed up on the
Yeah,
months.
we're already
Normally we
skipping
would have
a
been
month.
Yeah.
Normally we would have been talking about the March announcements, but since we're a couple days behind, we're like April announcements.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, because when I first hopped on the call, Moodz was talking about next month's picks, and I thought he meant like the next show, but he
Yeah,
meant
that's
like
what I thought
the next
too.
month.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it was I think we also, there was like a leak kind of a May title, which was a Fulci film. I
Yeah.
believe it's May. I assume it's May because it wasn't April.
Well, it says on their it says on their like their release teaser for the year that like a giallo for you on UHD for the first time. So
Hmm.
Is that a
That's what
giallo? I've never seen it before.
yeah,
Yeah, it's It's like an 80s one. It feels more like a slasher, but
Yeah, it's definitely got like 1 foot firmly in slasher.
yeah, I
Which
mean
by
it's
that point most giallos do
yeah,
have.
later 80s Italian films kind of have that feel to them, right?
I've
So
seen what
yeah.
I've seen what Vinegar Syndrome calls a giallo little fly.
No, you seen what Vinegar Syndrome calls a slasher.
It's
Yeah,
not
they
in the
call
vein.
the Black Room a slasher.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
Oh my
like
fucking weak.
Can't get over
gosh,
that.
I swear, like every other title on the back of the case says like a mid '80s slasher, like so yeah, slasher is a very loose term when describing the
It's
movies.
loose by lots of boutique labels. Even when the 88 films started out
Oh, they're
their
the
slasher
worst
line.
though, because they actually have a fucking slasher line, and
Yeah,
they got
and
like Children of the Corn on there or some
yeah, there's a
shit.
few
Blood
there's a
sucking pharaohs from Pittsburgh.
right.
That's on their slasher line.
I know. It's so wild. But yeah, some of those titles don't fit the genre for sure, but that is what it is, man.
Slasher cell.
Yep. You put
Speaking of releases, there was you know, off topic, but that Blaxploitation box set
mhm,
from Shout,
mhm.
it's a pretty cool box set, man. I don't really like the cover, like the main box cover.
It's like the
Yeah,
first
me
thing I
either.
said. I couldn't believe they went with like a cartoon
Yeah, just
type
like
artwork. It just really doesn't fit, especially what the content is inside of it. Like there's some really
yeah.
damn good Blaxploitation films in that set. I
Oh
just
yeah,
thought
Coffee is like a number, like a top 5 for sure.
I just thought it was
Blaxploitation film.
I
Truck
just
Turner is like way up there too. Was
oh
in
yeah,
Black
Chuck
Caesar.
Turner is probably my favorite black
Yeah, that and Black
it's one
Caesar.
of mine too, man. Isaac Hayes absolutely rules in that role, man. He's so good in
That
that.
was the
I've
one
never
I
seen
first
that
saw.
one.
I was like, I saw the
It
poster before I even saw the title. I was like, oh, Truck Turner's in this set.
yeah, it's legit, man. I just thought it was really interesting when I saw who was releasing it at Shell Factory. I was like, this is like they're just flipping scripts here, bros. Like Kino's releasing all the old Scream Factory titles right now on
They're
4K.
making deals.
And now Kino lost obviously all the rights to their old Blaxploitation line, and now Shout picked them up and they're releasing all theirs. So they're flipping scripts, man. I'm like, this is wild. It's so wild, especially if you've been collecting Scream and Kino for as long as we have probably been doing it. Now you're just like, holy shit, dude, this is crazy. They're just swapping shit. I mean, it's all about rights. The rights run out, someone else picks them up, but it's just funny how they literally just flipped the script on us. So. But
Yeah.
lo and behold, I mean, the set is solid. I have all the Kino Blu-ray and all the other one arrows and stuff like that, except for 110th Street, across 110th Street, and I love that movie. I just never, I don't know why I missed out on the Kino Blu-ray. Completely pisses me off, but that's the only one from the set I don't have, and I love that movie. And I don't want to pay $200 just for like one film.
Right.
Like I have all the
Yeah,
Blu-ray,
I don't
and they
think
look
I'm gonna-
fine.
I
Yeah,
don't
just
think I'm
wait for
gonna,
a sale.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. I don't think I'm gonna day one it, but like on it, I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for sales because
Yeah.
even those like
Mhm.
Shaw Brothers sets that they put out, which is comparable to like how big it, a bigger set, like expensive wise.
well, those are
Those
interesting.
things drop in prices a lot.
Yeah, because I think if you pre-order those things, are roughly what $150, $200, whatever. But there's like 12 films in those Shaw Brothers
Yeah,
sets.
they
Like
have
you're
a lot.
getting actually a lot of quality and quantity for the price. And then you look here and there's 6 films. So
Yeah.
Like even the Jackie Chan sets, like those have dropped down to like $60 sometimes. But the
Yeah.
thing is, so I want to ask Mood specifically because so this is a set that although you think that it's nice and cool and awesome, you like the movies, you already own most of the films on Blu-ray except for one. So in general, you probably wouldn't want to upgrade. I think I only own Coffee on Blu-ray, so I would probably be really interested in picking this up, but it's titled Volume 1. So let's say that a Volume 2 comes out and it's all movies you don't own. Are you, as a OCD collector like all of us, are you cool with just owning Volume 2 of a box set?
Well, if Volume 2 comes out and it's the rest of the old Kino Blu-rays, I have them all. So, but yeah, I know that would drive me nuts for sure. But I mean, I doubt Scream is going or Shell Factory is going to release them individually. So, and this is the way to get across 110th Street right now. So I might just wait for it to drop in price and I'll just look at it like, well, I have the Blu-rays, they're upgrades to 4K. I'm getting one unique one for my collection too. So it's not a day one thing for me, but I probably eventually will because, like I said, the quality of films that are in the set, they're all hits. This
Yeah.
is not obscure, shitty blaxploitation films. These are
Mhm.
all top shelf films. This is a really, really quality box set. So if you're into blaxploitation, I would highly recommend maybe even hitting that pre-order if you don't own these films. If you just DVD, definitely upgrade. Because honestly, the Kino Blu-rays look fantastic. I can't even imagine what the 4Ks look like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, even the olive Blu-ray of Coffee, I remember looking really good.
yeah,
Um, because
That was Scorpion, right? Or was the Olive?
it was
one of
Olive.
those.
wasn't it olive?
It was
Yeah, I
Olive.
thought it
Yeah.
was olive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, we're in like such a golden age of like releasing. It's just nuts, like the quality stuff that is getting released. It's like I
Maybe
know we say it every year, but it's just
shouts in the Olive catalog too. Then I kind of expected to see all the old Olive movies that come out through Kino.
And Olive put out a lot of blaxploitation films.
yeah, they did.
They dropped a bunch, man.
Hammer, Friday Foster.
Yeah.
What was the other one?
And they've dropped
There's another
Foxy
Pam Grier
Coffee,
one.
Did they
Foxy
do-
Brown, Foxy
I think
Brown.
it's probably
Foxy
Foxy
Brown,
Brown.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch. Did you say Slaughter? I know that was on there. Yeah, there's a fucking bunch, man. Dude, I have so
That
many
was
copies.
that was back that when we were getting those as screeners.
Yeah, I have so many copies of Coffee and Foxy Brown's ridiculous because I had the DVDs, then I had the olives, then I upgraded, well, I side graded to the Arrow ones because like Arrow would have. Remember when they used to have the sales and they have like 5-pound Blu-rays on the site? Now I think they're 7 or whatever. And like forever, I just kept passing because I had the olives and they looked fine. And so I just grabbed them eventually. So if I were to get this box set, I would have like 4 copies. But
I
if
miss
you
the
guys
old
know
Arrow
my,
sale.
I do have an obsession with Pam Grier. Like she literally was like one of my
Who
favorites
doesn't?
ever. Like I used to have a Pam Grier poster on my wall in high school. That's so much I love.
I'm kind of ashamed I don't have a Pam Grier poster.
I know. I wish I still had that poster. It was fucking amazing. I think it was stuck to the wall.
Yeah.
Ew, gross.
Gross.
That was gross.
That's what like in Shawshank, that's the poster you should have got. Fucking Pam Grier from Coffee or something.
Yeah. Pam Grier she always, even like when she got older, like she still looks so good. Right up until like Jackie
Yeah.
Brown. Like she was in her 40s. Oh man, she looks so good.
Dude, I remember
Oh,
I remember
She
watching
almost
the
looks
first time
better
I
in the
ever-
90s. I don't know.
I
Maybe
know,
it's
it's
just like
weird.
me aging, but like me aging and then watching her aged roles, I'm just like, okay, Pam. Like,
Yeah.
probably didn't even think twice about her in the 90s as a kid, but now I'm just like, damn.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ever seen like anything with her was on an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where Will hooks up with her, like she's like a milfy
Yeah.
woman, and
Yeah.
Will hooks up with her, and I was like, even like back then as like a kid, I was like, dang, this woman's hot, like.
Mhm.
So yeah, she was still making young boys, excited back then.
It's really funny actually because I randomly watched her in a movie the other night. I popped in Stand Alone. It's a movie from 1985 starring Charles Durning. He's like this old World War II vet and stuff like that, and shit goes down in his neighborhood, and he kind of takes like a vigilante stance and shit like that. But she plays like I think she's a lawyer in the film. This is 1985, and I'm just like, oh, Pam, amazing. Like I actually bought the film because I love Charles Durning, and Pam Grier obviously was one of the films I didn't have from her. So, but I'd never seen it before, and I was like, oh my god,
Is he like a one-man army in that movie? Please
pretty
say
much.
yes.
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
much.
I think I need to buy that then. An old Charles Durning just mowing down motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's.
I think I passed on that. I think I passed on that a bunch of times.
It was weird, man, because I was looking for another Pam Grier film, and this one came up, and it's an old Scorpion release, so it's out of print, but I got it for like $12 on Blu-ray, brand new. So I'm like, okay, so I'm not gonna pass on $12 out of print Scorpion titles because they're not printing them anymore. So, plus, like I said, I love Charles Durning, so it was a no-brainer for me. But yeah, good shit though, man. I love Pam Grier. She's fucking awesome. And I think I think she's still doing shit. Like honestly, I think she's still appearing in things. So, which is awesome.
Crushing it.
I think the first thing I saw her in was Mars Attacks.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Another early one for me was Ghosts of Mars.
Ghost of Mars. I had a feeling that's what
Oh,
you're
yeah.
gonna say.
Right, Ghost of Mars. Shit.
And Snow Day.
And Snow Day. We were talking about that before the show.
Escape from LA.
Yeah. Yeah, she's in a bunch of stuff.
I don't know what the first thing I ever saw her. I want to say it was probably some. I mean, it was probably
Above
another
the
black.
Law. That was an early one.
Yeah, that for sure, man. That was what 80, 87, 88.
88.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I know she has a small role in the movie Posse. I want to say one of the first ones I remember her or seeing her in was probably Blackula, to be honest. Being such a horror fan, watching renting all those old films and not really knowing who she was until checking out some Blaxploitation.
Are those
And then holy shit,
out of print? Is that set still in print from Scream Factory?
I think it is, honestly. They must have had
I'm surprised they didn't shove that into the Blaxploitation set. Then.
Yeah, maybe they lost the rights for that too, but
Yeah.
or maybe they're planning on doing a horror Blaxploitation one.
Maybe they're saving it for next set.
There's a few titles.
They also a couple of years ago they put out The Harder They Fall on Blu-ray, so that's when I could definitely see getting an upgrade to 4K.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think that double feature is still like normally priced, so I'm thinking it must be still in print. They've had the rights to that for well over 10, 12 years.
There's your cheapest price on Amazon.
Okay, so no, it is out of print then.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they must have like acquired the rights to like Video Dead and TerrorVision because that shit is still in print. And that was one of their early releases, yeah.
Must be a hot seller.
Unless they kept renewing the rights on it or something, because usually you get the rights for like maybe 3 to 5 years usually.
Yeah, but sometimes they outright buy them too. Like
that's what I'm saying. They might have. That's what I said. They might have actually bought those titles because that's an early Scream Factory release, like within the first couple years. And if you're doing your math, say it was 2013, 14.
That was within the first year, I think.
So we're talking like 10, 13, 14 years ago. That thing is still in print. That's actually pretty wild.
Oh man,
yeah.
Crazy ass Scream Factory's been around over a fucking decade.
Well, Shout Factory was around for years before they came out with the sub label, which is Scream, right?
Right, but I think that when that Scream Factory label started, that's between then and now is like the boom, right? Like that, like yeah, Shout Factory was around. Like I used to pick up like some of the Corman stuff. Like, one of the first ones I picked up was Piranha.
Yeah.
And then also the Slumber Party
Humanoids.
Massacre trilogy set.
Yeah.
And
I think one of the titles that I feel like one of the titles that made Scream Factory do a sub label, dedicated to horror was when they released The Stepfather, because that was an early Shout Factory Blu-ray
Stepfather
DVD.
And
Yeah,
That was the first time I even heard of Shout Factories when that DVD came
didn't
out.
they do Audition before they were
Yeah.
Scream Factory too?
Yeah, it was like right before with the Stepfather and Audition, where I think two of them. And then I think that Anchor Bay had like kind of was like fell off like right there too, so it like was something to replace Anchor Bay. And the first two titles they did was Halloween 2 and 3, which obviously had crazy Anchor Bay editions after edition after edition after edition. So I think it was like the perfect timing for, and the community just was growing so big at that point. Like
That was like the start of the big boutique label boom of like Blu-rays. Was around when Shout Factory started.
Well,
because
do you remember?
like
Because
Arrow
people
was
were
around.
complaining that they were only that they weren't, because the first couple releases they did a DVD too, like so you could pick up like the DVD of
I
Halloween
remember
2 and 3. And
Honestly, the first like 10, probably the first like dozen releases that they did, because they did Halloween 2 and 3, They Live, and there was a bunch of DVD releases and Blu-ray releases, which was actually really interesting. They weren't even the packs; they were separate releases. It was pretty wild, actually.
Yeah,
because
and
DVDs were still
people
huge.
Complaining that when they stopped doing that, they were like, "What? No DVDs?" And they're like, "The DVD's in the fucking Blu-ray," and they're like, "Yeah, but it costs more."
It costs $5 more. That's why I actually like.
And
this
I'm
is
like,
something.
I can't imagine somebody not having Blu-ray now.
This is
Like
this is something I kind of say too, like with some people that I know that buy Criterions a lot. Not all of them are like 4K right now, but they're the type of people that are eventually probably going to be 4K. You know, they're collecting movies. So I always like think it's weird that they don't pay the extra $5 to just get the 4K that comes with the Blu-ray.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, because like, yeah, you're like thinking about the future, right?
Yeah, you're just
Mhm.
future-proofing yourself.
Yeah, one thing I hate is like when a 4K comes out but doesn't have a Blu-ray.
I
Yeah,
actually
that
hate that
annoys
too.
me. That
I hate
happens.
that.
That happens
I
It's
hate it
starting
constantly
too.
it's
now.
starting to happen more often than not though. There's
Yeah, I'm
just a
Hmm.
starting to
lot
notice
of
that a lot more.
yeah,
And I get
just a lot
annoyed
of
by
4K
it.
releases for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking of 4Ks and Blu-rays and stuff, did the Substance come out on 4K?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I think so.
yeah, I had a 4K and a Blu-ray release.
Okay. Because I seriously cannot find the Blu-ray or the 4K anywhere. So I just grabbed the Blu-ray at Walmart. It was only
Ooh,
like 16.
Oscar-winning film, The Substance.
It was
Oscar-winning
16
film.
bucks. Like I literally cannot find a copy anywhere on 4K. It's fucking like up here. Because I'm not importing for like 60 bucks. It's fucking stupid. But yeah, the Blu-ray was $16 at Walmart. I'm like, giddy up.
That's really cheap.
Yeah, it was super cheap. I'm like, I actually had to double check on the price. I'm like, I thought it was like, well, there was no DVDs, so I'm like, well, there's got to be the price. But yeah, it was pretty wild. So I'll take that.
Yeah,
I need
But
to get that still.
I know
yeah.
it took me
I
forever.
already watched it 3 times, so I like wasn't in a rush to buy it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I'm looking
no,
forward to rewatching it because I've only seen it once, and yeah, and I had to rent that motherfucker off Prime. I think it was too because like there was nothing out. So
I saw it in the theater. Got to see it in the theater, and then I watched it twice, like afterwards at home.
What?
The Substance.
Great movie. Great movie.
Oh yeah, you went to see it in the theater. Remember that? You were like, "Holy shit! I'm glad I went to see this in the theater."
Yeah, I was glad I went to see it in the theater.
yeah, that's one of those titles that I really wish I had saw in the theater. Well, I didn't have a choice. I just didn't get it.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
got screwed on that one. But it is what it is. Shit. Um, but
yep. Oscar-winning film, The Substance.
Dude, fucking Tony, every time he gets up in that fucking for the
dude, it's
people listen,
perfectly placed too. It's perfectly
Yeah.
placed. It's just like this fucking creepy head staring in. It's like I thought it was
for
on the show, guys.
for the people listening to the audio version, on the video, Tony gets up from his seat and in the background is that weird fucking pillow that Severin was it Severin to put that
Yeah,
out?
it's
Yeah, yeah.
7.
From the kid from
Of
Burial Ground.
right. Yeah, it's just his face. Like and it's like it's so
It's the scene where
creepy.
he's laying in the bed. So he's actually laying on a pillow.
On
The
a
back of his
pillow,
head is
yeah.
laying on a pillow. So it's a pillow. It's fucking brilliant. It's actually brilliant.
Fucking
Yeah.
goofballs.
Dude, that's oh yeah. Severin has these like little weird fucking little things that they put out, but I think they're
Yeah.
fun.
I don't buy a lot of that stuff just because I don't need to collect more things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate some of that stuff.
Yeah. Like I bought like, just enough little gadgets and shit like that, like for my basement and stuff, but like it's so full, like I don't add to it. I
But
just
it's
don't.
like, where do you put it anymore? You
Well,
know?
that's the thing. Like I was never considered to be a toy collector. I have a bunch and stuff, but like I just, they're more display pieces. And once I was full, I'm full. That's it, you know? But that pillow's cool because I have 3 pillows on my couch down there. 2 of them are like Tales from the Crypt and one's a Return of the Living Dead one. But that thing is just, I would love to have that. But again, those were the site exclusive things that were so expensive for me to get, right?
Hmm.
Then they sold out in like 5 minutes, so I passed on them.
Right.
But it's pretty cool to actually see somebody have that because I know there was a Sinful Dwarf shit too that was pretty cool. But Tony, every time you get up, we're talking about your pillow behind you. It's like the dude from Mommy, from Burial Ground is just like,
That was pretty good.
I thought I was on the
This-
show, guy.
This cloth smells of death.
Yeah, it's like, bro, what?
So I go back to
Dude.
bed, you fucking freak.
One of my funner moments was watching that at the drive-in and like hearing people's like reactions to that shit who probably hadn't seen it before.
Right.
I saw that shit in the theater in 2004 without knowing anything about it in a horror marathon. And it was like before I even like watched a lot of Italian movies.
Oh
And I
God.
thought
It
it was the
actually was
most
one of the
insane,
That must have been
obscure shit I've ever
shocking.
seen in my life.
That
It
must
was
have been so
shocking.
shocking. It must have been, oh my God. That's a wild one to watch when you don't know what you're getting yourself into, because it
Oh
literally
my
has
God.
some really uncomfortable shit in there with like the
Yes.
mother. It's crazy.
I've
Yeah.
always
Oh,
loved your
weird.
breasts, mother.
Yeah.
Ever since I was a
That
baby.
one has grown on me so much. Like I just love that movie.
Me too, man. Me too.
So
I,
good.
I
Yeah, it
always
made your top 10. So
I love it, man. I think honestly, dude, the zombies in that film are so good looking. They look awesome.
Mhm.
They really do.
Yeah,
Like,
they're
you know,
like
they're great, yeah.
Fulci zombies.
exactly. It just kind of like it
they're
took them
like
one
Tombs
step
of the
further.
Blind Dead.
Tombs of the Blind Dead in Fulci Zombie, exactly.
And they
Yeah,
use weapons, which is cool.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
And there's
and it has
good kills.
great atmosphere.
The whole movie never stops. It literally starts with like a prologue and then it goes right into it, and it's just a nonstop zombie attack for fucking 90 minutes. It's crazy. There's literally no downtime.
It's
There's
either
tons of good
zombie
kills.
attack or people fucking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
One or
it's
the
which
other.
is like, I mean, such a great recipe.
Mhm.
it's fucking awesome, dude. It's a great film. I mean, I remember talking about that on a video one time, and people were like, I had some comments are like, I remember one guy's like, you have the worst taste in zombie films. I always remember that comment because it always made me laugh, and I'm like, I get it though. Like if you're not into Italian films, I could see from the outside looking in to that one being like, dude, this movie's a piece of shit. But once you know the style of filmmaking and what you're actually getting yourself into, it makes a lot of sense. And like JP said, it's grown on him over the years because it is kind of like that grower film. I could see being
Yeah,
off.
it's like on the surface, like it doesn't have much going on in terms of like story. It's just a bunch of zombies attack this like mansion type thing. But whenever like and that's like the big difference between me from when we first started podcasting to now. I appreciate different aspects of films that I didn't care about back then. You know what I mean? Like I didn't care about atmosphere as much. I didn't care about absurdity as much. Like to me, absurdity is uniqueness, which uniqueness to me is interesting. Interesting to me is good. So it's like like yeah, on the surface it's just a schlocky, stupid movie, but there's other things that are like important to filmmaking than just like script.
Right.
Now you need to
So,
just come around on
no.
on music and the scores. Because I'm telling you, man, there's movies out there that like have such shitty music, and I'm just like, man, I'm thinking to myself, going, if this movie had a better soundtrack or a better score, it would be so much better. It's amazing how much, like, if you took a really good movie, like a movie that you love the score to, and you replaced it with the shitty one, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, you really need to kind of put that in perspective, right? And that's one thing about like 80s, especially like late 70s, early 80s Italian scores. Oh my God, dude. Like they had that shit on lock, man. Like those some of those movies could be some of the worst shit you ever watched, but literally, I like Manhattan Baby is still so watchable to me because the music is so fucking good in it. Right?
mm,
It's not a great movie. It really isn't, but it's still I can watch that movie over and over again. But if it didn't have that soundtrack, that score, I would probably never watch it. It's like one of my least favorite like Fulci films from his golden age of that huge run that he had. But it's still
I've
totally
still
watchable.
never fucking seen it.
Yeah, the soundtrack's awesome, or the score.
Yeah, it's sad that like filmmakers now don't put as much into like the soundtracks as they used to.
Mhm.
Like even 10 years ago, like movies like Starry Eyes and It Follows, like I almost felt like we started to get like a resurgence
Mhm.
and awesome iconic scores, and we've kind of
Mhm.
gone away from that again.
I think it's because it got to a point where it was becoming big again, and then it got so unaffordable to get these groups and get these composers to do the music for your films. They want so much money. You're already working on a low budget, right? It Follows is kind of an anomaly because the movie didn't have like crazy high budget, but they just kind of lucked out, I think, with more. I can't remember who did the score for it, but I think it's more of like a smaller group, indie group, whatever. And
hmm
it just worked so fucking well. If you can luck out with that. But that was the beauty of John Carpenter's films, is not only was he like a writer or a director and wrote most of the stuff, but he was also the composer. So it didn't matter. He was already working on a low budget, but he had the talent to do it. Not everybody has that ability, which would be amazing if you did.
Yeah,
Right.
like
That's why
me,
he's the
I'm
king.
so
Yeah.
like musically fucking awful that like the fact that somebody could be good at directing and then make a banger fucking score like Carpenter, I'm just like, that's like God gave you too much like talent, bro. Like that's unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got two legendary like careers as a
Yeah.
musician and a filmmaker. It's crazy.
You know, the crazy thing is, man, like, yeah, Carpenter did the majority of his scores, obviously did not do The Thing, and Moni Morricone did that, but which was a good choice.
What was that?
But you know, he's obviously been retired from filmmaking for quite a bit. He has this totally other career right now. He's put out 4 albums with his
Just
son
crank it
and his
away.
group, and they're so good. Like, they're phenomenal records, man. Like, this guy's just been, he's touring, doing shows all the time. Like, man, Carpenter's he's literally a living legend. Like,
He's still doing scores too.
doing
He's
scores and
that
doing
Death of a
records.
Unicorn movie is scored by John Carpenter that's
Right.
coming out this month.
Right, that's right.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
I was
he
just
scored
reading about that.
Is that
That's so
is that a
Yep.
A24 flick?
Yep.
Yeah, I was actually just reading that. I didn't
Moodz
even know
probably
that.
won't get that, I bet.
Probably not. No.
He also did the score for that Firestarter remake, which I didn't
Yeah,
watch.
I knew that.
Dude, that movie was
No,
oh my
did he really?
God, dude.
I've
Yeah.
I've never actually seen the movie, so I can't
It's-
comment on the music, but
I'd
I mean
never
the
seen
movie.
the original Firestarter, so I don't know if like that one's any good, but that was one of the worst, like boringest movies I've ever seen in the theater.
I honestly just kind of feel like the original's okay. Like growing up and
Yeah, I
watching
just think
it,
the
I never
original's
wasn't.
fine.
It's
I was never
average.
the biggest fan, so I just never had any interest to watch the remake.
What about Firestarter 2? Rekindled.
If it wasn't fucking 3 hours long,
I don't
Is
think
it
I've
really?
seen. I don't think
yeah,
I've
it's
seen
a
the
TV
sequel.
movie.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
a
think I ever saw that.
miniseries.
Yeah, I was. I'm actually with you, Tony. Like the original Starter. It's not that good.
fine.
It's not horrible. It's not fire though. Pun
Yeah,
intended.
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. The book's just fine too. I read the book.
It's
as well.
just
Mhm.
Isn't it just Carrie like with fire?
pretty much.
No, not really though.
I mean,
It's like-
it kind of is. I can't even remember
It's like
what
Carrie
the actual,
mixed with E.T.
It's like
Right.
more of like I
Got the
think
Drew
the most
Barrymore
compelling
connection.
stuff. The most
Uh-huh.
compelling stuff about the book to me is just like her basically like in captivity, like from her dad, and then both like trying to like reach out to each other, and like the whole like ulterior motive behind that Indian guy that's watching that's keeping her captive.
I should
I
actually
forgot.
rewatch it because I mean,
I think the
thematic, it might
movie's
actually be a little
actually-
bit better than I remember because I've seen the movie way back in the day, but probably not thinking about the core of the film,
Yeah.
the commentary that's in the film. I mean, when you watch Firestarter, when you were younger and shit like that, you're seeing Drew Barrymore who just came off E.T. and shit like you don't really think about the themes that are probably in this film and stuff like that. You're just watching it for her.
Yeah,
But,
if I recall correctly, it's a reasonably faithful adaptation.
Who's the villain in that movie again? I can't even remember.
I forgot his name, but it's like some Native American guy that's like evil and has an scar over his eye. I swear to God,
Okay.
like that's what it is. And like he's that in the movie too.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the remake, was it?
I don't
I
know.
don't
Not
think
the.
so.
I've never seen the remake.
There's no
Probably
way they're
not.
gonna villainize the
Yeah.
American natives, man. There's not a fucking. There's no way, not in this day and age.
Yeah, you can't make villain natives anymore.
I don't remember his name, but I'm pretty sure it's like a very like stereotypical like Americanized native name too, like John Redcorn, like something like that.
Dude, John Redcorn.
I know John Redcorn. I actually know
wonder-
John Redcorn.
Is John Redcorn coming back in the new King of the Hill?
I hope so.
Wait, is there a new King of the Hill happening?
Yes,
think
it's almost
so.
it's like soon.
Damn, I just popped a chub. That's like the
Yeah,
best news
dude.
I've heard all day.
Dude,
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah,
every
dude.
I'm a little
King of the Hill.
like I'm still always concerned about it's coming back because every time they do this, like with the show,
So is the first
Okay,
episode
I-
gonna
what it
be
was.
like? Is it
I
gonna be
would
super sad?
concerned, but Mike Judge did a
Oh,
good
okay.
job with Beavis and Butthead, bringing it back
Mhm.
twice.
if Mike
Um,
Judge is on it, then I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's Mike Judge's. That's
Yeah.
his baby. That's
I
his. I
remember
think
I
that's
used
Yeah,
his
to
favorite
love-
thing
new
he's done.
Beavis and Buttheads were good, man. They were
Yeah,
fun.
I remember
Yeah.
I loved like that '70s show. I'm like, all right, I'll try out this '90s show, and it was just like a bunch of like Gen Z kids with a '90s skin on.
So are they just gonna rip the Band-Aid off on the first episode of King of the Hill and be like, "Your sister's dead"?
It's his cousin,
Niece.
first of all. Cousin.
Yeah.
Or cousin. Yeah, cousin I meant.
Brittany Murphy, you're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Luann.
Luann.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what
I don't know
they
why I
did
said
with
sister.
Luann.
Cousin, yeah.
Does
But I
mean, they have to
Murphy have a
address it.
sister?
They have to-
move
they might
away at
cast-
the end of.
They
at
have
the
to
end
address
of, the show.
Unless they recast.
Yeah, I was thinking they might recast it. Like
You
do
can't
like
not have Luann on fucking King
yeah,
of the
Luann
Hill.
was like kind of an important character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could recast it, but I mean, it's just
Does Brittany Murphy have a sister?
no idea.
Yeah.
Probably.
I feel like they could Paul Walker.
Her name's
it.
Charlie Murphy.
It's crazy how many people didn't know that she was the voice on that show that entire time. It's
I
crazy.
didn't-
I didn't never realize it until later in life, I think.
No, there were so many people didn't realize until after she passed away. They're like, holy shit, she was the voice on King of the Hill. I'm like, yeah, man. It's amazing how many people do voice acting that you just don't realize.
Yeah, like Wild Thornberries. Danielle Harris did
Danielle
the voice
Harris,
of the
heavy.
sister the entire
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Tim
Yeah, I
Curry.
told
Voice
Carly
acting
that
makes
a
big money.
while
They
ago,
make big
and it
money.
blew her mind.
Yeah. I think that would be a great gig, man. Just sitting here doing this, but getting paid for it. That'd be fucking awesome.
I don't have a good enough voice.
Yeah, me either.
I might be able to pull
Do
off
you-
something annoying, maybe.
Do you have a best impression, JP? Like one that you're better than anything else at?
Probably. No, I don't think so.
He can't even do a
Maybe.
typical. He can't even do a typical
Oh.
Mexican one, probably.
I used to think my Forrest Gump was pretty good.
Do it.
No, no, I can't do it on
No,
the
he
spot.
can't. But yeah.
I might not be a smart man, but I do know what love is.
I thought about Jenny.
It's so funny to bring up
We
Forrest
was
Gump. 'Cause
like peas and carrots.
I was literally making fun of that when we were watching that fucking stupid Mad at the Moon movie. I was because there's through the whole movie it's like Jenny, and I'm like I'd rather be watching Forrest Gump right now. Fuck, I want to hear Jenny over and over again. Fuck that shit
I
was.
love you, Jenny.
Oh, it was so bad. I can't
That
even
movie
get
is
it out of my head.
torturous.
Oh, it was
so bad.
it was
Oh my
so
God.
bad.
What's so bad?
Mad at the Moon.
Mad at the-
Oh, yeah, Mad at the
fucking
Moon is-
moon.
Horrible.
Oh, I was saying the Forrest Gump thing, the connection with the name Jenny. I was like, I'd rather be watching Forrest Gump. Who wouldn't be? Fuck. Horrible. But should we get into some reviews? What are you guys
Yeah.
thinking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I did predetermine the order tonight. I didn't even let you guys know. So JP's up first. I'm second. Tony and then Tyler. So JP, start us off.
Alrighty, so the film that I picked was one that I didn't get to go first on this one, but I was happy nobody else picked it because it was instantly the pick that I was going to go with because big fan of this movie, and that is Deranged: The Confessions of a Necrophile. From 1974. Great year in horror, by the way. So yeah, Deranged. This is a movie that I've seen a handful of times. One of the earlier movies based on a serial killer, which Ed Gein really wasn't a serial killer per se. But
Right.
he's sort of lumped in with the Charles Mansons, the Jeffrey Dahmers, the John Wayne Gacy's. Like he's a notorious pop culture killer, right? He is somebody who the media sort of like gravitated and latched onto, and it became like a big story. And one of the earlier ones to do that, we see it time and time again throughout basically the 70s and 80s and 90s, that like America's obsession with serial killers and people who have done horrible things.
When
You
does the
think about
Endgame story take place? Like, is it in the 40s or 50s? It's like
the
when
movie
is
itself? Or are you
50s.
talking about
no when
the
Ed Gein actually was doing the shit in like real life?
I think it was like 58.
yeah, it was like late
late
50s, right?
50s.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a very early one.
I think at that point we had like Jack the Ripper and like H.G. Lewis and or what's
was
that
it
guy's
50?
H.H. Holmes.
H.H. Holmes, not Lewis. Fuck. Yeah, so
Oliver
those guys were
Twist.
super
Herschel
notorious.
Gordon Lewis.
Herschel Gordon Lewis. That's exactly what I was. That's exactly
The
why I said
Wizard of
that.
Gore himself.
Yeah, he actually was a serial killer. I knew he was doing those killings for real. Yeah, Holmes. Yeah, totally. He is pretty fucking notorious too. But like, how many other really big names was there before Ed Gein popped up on the scene?
Yeah,
Lizzie Borden?
not ones that were publicized. Like,
Yeah.
Nothing very prolific.
Yeah,
Right.
nothing super
right.
prolific. Yeah,
Like, obviously, you have like Jack the Ripper and stuff.
yeah. So.
That has been studied and wrote about
And
forever, but Ed Gein
solved.
came out at a time
Which
where
just actually got solved, by the way, like for real.
I saw some conflicting stuff with that now. Afterwards,
Son of a bitch.
after
Well,
I looked deeper
Well,
into it,
apparently they're taking it to fucking through the systems.
yeah, but apparently the guy who found the scarf or whatever, and
Yeah.
apparently he's done some other things in the past where he made crazy claims and it turned out to be false with stuff.
But was he doing the DNA testing and shit like that? Because the DNA is not going to lie on the scarf.
Right, but I guess apparently he has like a book coming out, so like he's done this in the past where he like came out and said like breakthrough, like whatever, I don't know, look into it. And it seems to be like there seems to be some skeptics out there, because I was also looking into it, but we'll see. I mean, it would be crazy if it was,
well, it'd be the first time in history
Sure.
they ever solved a case that old.
It was like 150 years ago.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like 100 and
So of course there's going to be skeptics.
it's like 130 something, 130 years. It's crazy. That's fucking wild.
137.
137
It
years.
was 1888, and I was born in 1988.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
So, Ed Gein. So obviously, this movie is based on Ed Gein, not the first to be based on Ed Gein. Surely will not be the last. And one of the things about the special features, which I'll get into as deeper as I go on, but I'm gonna sit this down. I don't feel like holding it. But the actual influence of Ed Gein in movies is very deep, like very, very deep. It's kind of crazy, like, because even stuff that the obvious ones we know about, Psycho, which is kind of like, now that Tony
It was only
mentioned
like
it,
2 years after,
2
right?
years later, yeah.
That's
It's
so
like,
so
a
current.
somebody wrote a book about Ed Gein, inspired by Ed Gein, essentially, in Psycho, the book. And then fucking Hitchcock made a movie in that short amount of time, dude.
It eventually happened with Henry too, with the with Henry Lee Lucas story too, because when Henry was done, 86, I mean, that case he just got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they started making the movie like even before he even went to fucking trial. It was crazy. So
yeah, so
opportunity, man, opportunity.
And each film kind of takes different inspirations from the Ed Gein story. Like Psycho seems to take the cross-dressing / mother aspect of the story of Ed Gein,
And that's
where
really good.
Texas Chainsaw sort of takes more of like
57.
the grave
He was
robbing
caught.
aspects of Ed Gein. So, and there was a lot of different movies that have done different things that take different inspirations from Ed Gein. So very actually important thing in some of our favorite horror movies that ever came out. If Ed Gein did not rob graves, we might not have got Psycho and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Silence of the Lambs and so on and so forth.
Thank God for Ed
Thanks,
Gein.
Ed.
Thank you,
Right,
Ed.
it's kinda crazy.
Thank you for your contribution to society. I love
High
you.
fives to
Yeah.
Ed Gein, man. High fives.
So
Straight up.
Deranged
Ed.
is kind of an interesting movie too, because I didn't really know this, even though I may have kind of known it. But it's a Canadian production, and it also is tied to Bob Clark. So Bob Clark, of course, went and made Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things with what the hell's his name? Orville or something? Was the dude's
Alan
name?
Ormsby.
Yeah.
Alan Ormsby. Who
Orville Reckenbottom.
yeah, right. So they made Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, and then they went on to make Death Dream, which is also from 74. And then they kind of separated, and Bob Clark went and made Black Christmas, and Alan went and worked on Deranged. And but Bob Clark was apparently, still part of like an uncredited producer type character with Deranged.
So what
it's kind
happened
of
with
like,
Bob? So what happened with Bob Clark is that he was originally supposed to direct Deranged, and then after he read the script and the ideas and stuff, he passed on it because he thought the material was a little bit too out there for him. So he stayed on with the project as like a uncredited producer. He still wanted to be involved, but he just didn't want his name attached to directing it. So that's why
Yeah.
he's still attached, but he was supposed to direct it at first.
Yeah, so if you look at that little slice of history of Canadian horror and Bob Clark, like he had such a footprint in such a short amount of time, and then he got out of the genre completely. But I would have loved to see him make some more horror stuff because pretty much love all his things, I Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, probably the weakest, but it still made my top 10 of 1970 or whatever year that was.
Yeah, he
72.
never wanted to get typecasted
72.
as a horror director. That's why he broke out and did like Porky's, and then obviously Christmas Story, and
and
so
then
on.
eventually Baby Geniuses too.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was his last movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was
so.
actually. Yeah.
God.
Well,
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. See, I mean, didn't want to embarrass his career with horror now.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, obviously Bob Clark's such a legend filmmaker. Just the very fact that he created two of the best Christmas things ever
It's
is
wild.
insane. But so Deranged, it's an interesting movie. So it's basically it's probably one of the more accurate Ed Gein stories out there. They of course changed the names in the film to Ezra Cobb is the name of our lead, I guess, instead of Ed Gein or Gain. Is it Gain or Gein?
Geen.
Gene.
Gein. Ed Gein. And so there's some contention amongst fans and even like the filmmakers about the narration aspect of it. So we have this like guy who like inserts himself into the film almost like a Dateline type thing or something, where he's like, in this small farming town we have whatever. And he sort of inserts himself into the film, and it what Tom Savini says is it like takes you out of the movie, but I like it because it makes it feel like a documentary.
Well, that was the point
Yeah,
of it.
it makes it feel real.
That people miss the point of that. It was supposed to feel like you're seeing this kind of day in the life of this guy.
Yeah.
Why not throw in the narration like a documentary? That was the point.
Though. Like it doesn't really take me out of it.
No, it doesn't take me out at all.
Like
I think it was.
I love it.
Hell yeah, I love it.
I love it.
It's
I think
very
it works
true
perfect.
crime.
Yeah.
I
It
just
only gets
never
better
would have
with
thought that
age,
would
for
have
real.
been something that would be a complaint about this movie.
I mean, you could look at it at from the vantage point of, this movie is written as a dark comedy. Also, maybe that's kind of like the point. Like you're taking this serious material, but then you're doing these voiceovers, and it's kind of playing itself a little bit of satire.
Comedy.
Yeah,
I would say so.
No, it is. It's
Jesus
actually.
Christ. Was there something wrong with you fucking two?
No, JP.
Dude,
this movie was 100% was written as a dark comedy. This
Some
movie
of the
is
comedy gave me such Norm Macdonald vibes. I'm not even gonna fucking joke.
Dude,
like some of the shit he was saying at like the dinner table to like all the like neighbors and shit.
I will tell you one thing. The very first time I watched Deranged, I was not the hugest fan because I was going into this movie thinking it was going to be a straight up horror film. And like, Ed Gein, I'm thinking Texas Chainsaw Massacre ripoff, which I thought it was, which I'm sure we'll get into that conversation. And I was like, I finished watching the movie and I'm like, that was okay, but like, what the fuck is like, it was stupid. And then I rewatched it again and I was like, okay, doing a little bit of research on it. And then I've watched it a couple times. I think this watch for me was the most I ever liked this movie. I laughed so fucking hard at the part when Ezra he's finally comes to the conclusion that like he can have a woman because she's fat. And he's like, yeah, I can have her because she's fat. Like the way he just has this epiphany.
Exactly.
Because his wife, or because his mom said he's like, he was all about his mom. But she said, you know, you could trust a fat woman. And then when they kind of, you know, bring this, you know, this relationship together and he's like, yeah, she's fat, I can have her. And like the way he says, I literally have this written down because I didn't want to forget. I was laughing so fucking hard at this. And I'm like, that's where the black comedy comes in. Like it's so offensive and it's ridiculous, but that's where it comes in. But you have to realize the way he is spitting his lines throughout the movie. Come on, bro. This shit is like,
I'm just giggling from the start. The snow shovel man from Home Alone is egg guy.
yeah, dude. Like there's some pretty funny. It's subtly funny
weird.
though too. But then again, that's what black comedy is. It's not punchline comedy.
Yeah.
It's situational comedy. It's literally a conversation they're having about, you know, she's fat. Oh, like I can get with her. She's fat, and he just has this. It's like ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd and
Like
ridiculous.
he just starts glowing.
He does, and his personality like he like completely changes for a minute, right? It's like, oh, she's
You
fat.
get
I can
it's
trust her. That's what mom said. I can trust her. Fuck, it's so good, man. Man, this movie is so fucking. It's brilliant. Honestly, I loved this watch.
Yeah, I've always been a really big fan of this one, but it has gotten better as time has went on for me. But so he, you know, it essentially, and I like how close it is to the actual Ed Gein story too. Even with the fact that there's only two victims, in terms of victims of murder. And so Ed Gein is this mama's boy essentially, like, which is also where the psycho thing comes in. Um, you know, he's very, very close with his mom, like uncomfortably close with his mom. And she eventually dies as he's feeding her split pea soup or whatever. Uh, very influenced by The Exorcist.
Right.
Which is just the grossest looking color out there.
Mm-hmm.
And she just starts bleeding out of her nose and shit. And it's actually kind of sad a little bit, like whenever like his reaction to it. But she dies. He's living on his own. He's you know, doing odd jobs around with his neighbors and stuff like that. And then he starts sort of like hallucinating about his mom after missing her so much, and essentially digs her up, and brings her home. And then he starts grave robbing, and you know, basically he gets they mentioned the fat woman, which his mom basically, what the hell did she say about gonorrhea, syphilis, and something else? I forget what she said, but it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember
But
something like that.
It's mental madness, man. Like she was, you know, didn't want him to do anything but spend time with her, kind of thing. It's just
right, and she's one of those moms who, like, those women like Carrie's mom, who like just hate like anything sexual, and like
yeah,
hates like like any type of woman. Like she hates women. Women are
yeah.
horrible creatures. You know what I mean?
Here you go,
She's
JT.
very religious.
But she also
I got the
knows that.
line.
Yeah. All right.
Remember what I always told you. The wages of sin is gonorrhea, syphilis, and death.
Yeah,
Yes. I love that line. So you know, he starts grave robbing, and you know, the funny thing about this movie is like Tom Savini did the effects in here.
well, a
It's
year
very,
goes by though. A year goes by. He actually lives on his own for like a year before he just
yeah.
can't take it anymore.
hmm Tom Savini actually did the effects in this movie, and they're not great. like they some of the effects, like the blood is very like bright red.
Yeah,
Um and
Was this his first movie?
I think it was probably one of his first. I
it
know he
is,
was
man.
supposed to do Night of the Living Dead, but he went to Vietnam.
I know he
Because
talked
he also
about.
did Death Dream.
Yes, that
Yeah, he talked about like how they hadn't figured out the formula. He hadn't got the formula yet because I can't remember what effect artist gave him the formula for like the right color blood. So
Yeah.
all the work before this was like looks like fucking paint.
Yeah, in the commentary he also mentioned that on Dawn of the Dead, like the way that the zombies turn out like blue, like they were supposed to be gray, and they
Yeah.
looked like gray, but the fluorescent lights in the mall made them look blue on the film.
Yeah, it was like it was like one of those live and learn things. He never thought about actually filming that color and how it
Yeah.
would look underneath the lights. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
but
was
he
his
was
first
kind of
movie.
making fun of himself, like when the blood showed up, and he's like, "What the fuck was I doing?" Like type shit. But yeah, you know, obviously, by the time he gets to Day of the Dead, which I think is his best work ever, like
Yeah.
he has completely
Mhm.
perfected the craft. But yeah, so he
That and Maniac, man. I mean, Maniac's a lower scale of gore, but like obviously
I
Dawn of the
think
Dead is the
I mean,
best work.
yeah, I think
I
and
mean, Day of the Dead.
the Prowler
The
as
thing that
well.
made Day of the Dead specials, the way it was filmed, like they really shot his special effects in a very
Mhm.
strong way.
Strong is actually a good word to use because we know the stories behind that. Like those real fucking animal guts and shit like that they were using were sitting on the set for days, and it was so rank that it was so strong.
Speaking of which,
I love the stories.
they do use like some real um guts in this with the brains. I believe those are actual animal brains, which is pretty nasty.
I had a conversation with Joe Pilato
Ew.
for a couple hours while we were getting shit bombed together about this, you know, with the scene where he dies in Day of the Dead. And he was like, he's like, I can still smell it to this day.
Ugh.
Because it was literally rotten fucking animal. I think it was pig guts, actually. I think that they had, but they'd been sitting on set and it was hot and blah blah blah. So, and way too long, they had to reshoot, blah blah blah. And he goes, it was just so in your sinuses that you'll never. It's the smell of death. It really is the smell of death.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I can never get rid of it. And this was at Wasteland, and like, oh fuck. And he's telling me the story, and I'm gagging. I'm like, dude, it was. He's like, it was literally one of the worst things ever, but it turned out good for the movie. But like, everyone on set was literally gagging. Like, you could be 20 feet away and just be like, fucking dying. Like, could you imagine being him?
There was a dog, like a stray dog that died under my house when I was a kid, and that was the first time I smelled like death, where we had to like remove this dead dog corpse.
Yeah, it's gross.
That was rotting under there for like weeks that we didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God!
But yeah,
it's so gross.
It was pretty nightmare inducing. But so Deranged, yeah, some of the effects are a bit rough, but like it's also kind of charming for the time period. The music, like I love this like church organy like music in the background of stuff. It has good atmosphere. It takes place in Wisconsin, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Of course, that's where Ed Gein was from. So it actually is one of the only Ed Gein movies to feature a more like Wisconsin-y look, like with snow and things like that. You know, obviously gets very, very cold in that part of the country in the wintertime. So I think that they did a good job of actually like making it feel very regional with like the locations, which I really appreciate. And like I said, the story is kind of very similar, even to the very end of the movie where they actually like catch him. Like that's all pretty accurate to what actually happened too.
Does Wisconsin have just like a concentrated amount of serial killers or something, or what?
Yeah,
because like Dahmer's from there. It's like it's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, I know.
Weird.
Maybe it's the harsh winters.
It's just nothing to do there but kill people. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, I've been to
drives you insane.
I mean, there's a lot of cheese there, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I believe that he was suspected of killing more people. I think he was even suspected of possibly killing his brother because his brother had basically his like body like turned up like after like a fire or something. Seemed kind of sus.
Yeah, when he was like a kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Ooh,
And
evil kid.
Oh,
That's
really?
cool.
I never heard that story. Like,
Yeah.
so
Me
you mean this
either.
was like prior, or like pre his mom dying kind of thing? I thought
yeah,
his mom
like
dying was kind of like the last stone
Yeah,
in his.
he was the good son.
right, yeah. Well,
Interesting.
the
Yeah,
whole
where it's
Cain
like
and
it's
Abel
not
thing as
proven,
well.
but it was a very suspicious thing.
They didn't really investigate the brother's
Yeah.
death.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah,
It's
so
just fun to speculate.
yeah, and apparently his brother was speaking like was speaking very bad about the mother around that time to Ed Gein, basically telling him like, your mom's crazy. Like, you need to get the fuck away from her.
Shut up, bitch! I'll fucking light you on
Yeah, so
fire.
it could be like, and also like the biblical aspects because they were very religious, with Cain and Abel obviously could strike some influence to a young
Mm.
Ed Gein. But yeah, I think the casting is really good too because of course a couple of years later, many years later, we got the Kane Hodder Ed Gein with, was it just called Ed Gein?
Ed Gein,
Um,
the Butcher of Plainfield.
Yeah.
Did you watch
Which
that?
I've seen it before, but it's been so long since I've seen
I'm
that.
pretty sure it's. I remember watching that. It's not. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard it was awful.
Yeah,
I'm
I
kind of
remember.
interested.
It's like
Kane Hodder's
it's
just like the wrong like
it's
body
not
type for
really like
that.
that story
Yeah,
at
because
all.
he was
It's
like a
like
weird little like shrimp
yeah, if
dude.
if I'm
Yeah.
thinking of the same movie, which I think I am because I think I watched it because it was Kane Hodder and I was like interested in it at the time. It's not even like the Ed Gein story. I think he like has an incident and like the townspeople chase him down. They're like, "Don't do it, Ed." It's like something stupid like that. But I remember like thinking like my time was ripped off from me.
I'm interested to see if that. Do I own that movie?
Maybe
I do. I own it in a box set of Ted
so
Bundy and Dahmer, I believe.
sounds like it could be a Tony Select.
So I think they also do a good job in this movie, like actually showcasing like the um issues with women and as well as the actual like trinkets of the like grave robbing aspect and the sort of how he creates also Maniac is another movie that sort of feels Ed Gein inspired with Joe Spinell's character. But the bodies around the table and stuff like that. They use some slow-mo in here too, which I actually kind of like in a weird way, which normally I'm not a huge slow-mo fan.
I liked
But
it too.
yeah, like especially like at the very end. Um, and Ed Gein so a lot of people think that he was a cannibal, but there isn't really a lot of like concrete proof of that. And even according to him, the bodies were too gross, smelled too bad.
Well, yeah,
But
because you wouldn't want to be eating like rotten flesh and stuff. Like if he wasn't like a straight up serial killer like Dahmer who had fresh meat, right? So yeah, I
right.
mean the speculation is I've always thought that was really interesting too because he was not really known as that type of killer. He was a grave robber, essentially.
Right.
Yeah,
He was a
and
grave robber and necrophiliac.
he wasn't really like most of the town like just, oh, that's old Eddie, you know what I mean? Like they nobody really like suspected him of being like awful.
Yeah.
Um and he was just like a loner sort of
He was awkward. He
yeah,
was
an
one of the
awkward.
he was like a picture perfect person that was so isolated growing up. It was dominated by his mother. He was just a reflection of that. That's what he was.
Yeah, and he made a lot of trinkets, lampshades made out of stomachs and bowls made out of skulls and they found a box full of 9 vulvas in a shoebox when they finally caught him.
Do you think he
Which I don't
used
even know
those
how you
sexually?
like. I
Do you
don't
think
even
he
know how
used them
you do
sexually?
that. Dude, I have no pro.
But I
He said he's.
Specifically vulvas. How
but
do you
as
collect
I know,
vulvas?
right?
but as long as they came from fat women, it was okay to sexualize.
He made a whole belt out of human female nipples. Um, and yeah, he just collected all kind of stuff, man.
So what do you
From
figure? Like, I get like his mentality was so fucked up after his mom died and stuff like that. But like, what made you? Because in the movie, the goal was to replenish his mother. He had this weird vision that he could like replenish his mother with like skin and like
Mhm.
remake his mom and shit like that. But like, obviously you would realize, because you're not completely insane at that point, that this is not going to work because you just can't do this. But like, what led him to like make nipple belts and collect ulvas that he might have been masturbating with, and like all this other crazy shit, like skin lampshades and like all this other shit that he's like, what? Why go in that? Like, what is your mentality just so gone that
Well,
at this point it just doesn't fucking matter? Because that seems so off kilter to what his original goal, what they thought his original goal was to replenish his mother.
So, kind of to speak on that a little bit. So, Ed Gein was actually one of the rare people that did not get convicted of his crimes
Yeah, he was
because
insane.
he actually was found legally insane.
Yeah,
Which typically the insanity defense does not usually work for anybody. But he spent his whole entire rest of his life in a mental institute where he died July 26, 1984 at the age of 77. So
Hmm.
maybe he really was just insane. I don't know.
right.
But yeah, so that's basically the movie. I mean, I love the movie. I owned it on a double feature with Motel Hell, that old MGM double feature
Yep.
DVD,
Yep.
and I never picked up the Blu-ray from Kino. And I never really had any other version of this. So when this 4K came out, I was like, hells yeah,
Is the
perfect upgrade for me.
Oh no, the Arrow Blu-ray I think is Region 2 actually. That's the one I grabbed. I never grabbed the Kino because I grabbed the Arrow back in
Okay.
the day. Yeah.
I
So
had the
the
Kino
version,
Blu-ray.
the version,
Bare
so I've
bones.
I always passed on the Kino Blu-ray.
the only version I ever had was that DVD, and then I saw it on 35 millimeter.
Right.
So
Well, that's cool.
I've only seen it in, bad quality, and technically, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like not restored. Which 35 has its own special vibes to it, but so seeing it on 4K was really, really nice. I loved seeing it cleaned up. It's just one of those films that makes me realize, or makes me really focus on how much I love like the filmmaking of the 70s. Like just all these like sort of experimental type of movies that came out, and just a different atmosphere and like look and pacing and just tone of movies. And 1974 in particular is like such a cornerstone of like modern cinema and exploitation cinema, because this was an exploitation film. And we got so many good ones from that year, exploitation movies, like, Black Christmas and TCM and Deranged. And this also, it's kind of crazy that Deranged and Chainsaw came out the same year, because they are
So
very similar.
so that's my question. Like I've always wondered this. I haven't like I mean, there's really no definitive answers. I mean, I've done a little bit of research on this. I really don't understand how this happens, but this seems to happen over and over and over again. Movies that have the same titles, movies that come out in the same year with the same themes or same commentaries that are very similar. Like we see this over and over again. So this is going way back to 1974. The interesting thing about Deranged is, as far as I know, this movie was in production and shot before Texas Chainsaw. And a lot of people always thought that Deranged was a straight ripoff of Chainsaw because they're so similar in themes, and there's obviously
but Deranged never got big and Chainsaw got big. So that's probably why people think that Deranged ripped off Chainsaw, because Chainsaw was this massive success. Deranged kind of fell into obscurity, rediscovered years later in the video market. People probably looked at it like, oh, Chainsaw had to have come out first because it's the bigger movie.
So my question is, when you look at the two films, and I mean, you look at the dates on filming and when they were released and stuff like that, Deranged was done first. How do you explain that? I mean, they were almost done at the same time, kind of thing. They were filmed at the same time, not knowing about each other. One in Canada, one down in the South. So how do you explain the similarities in story, and more specifically, the dinner scene? Because if Deranged had done that scene before, and then TCM comes out with a very similar type dinner scene, how do you explain that shit? Like, I mean, this is this question always arises at least once every couple of years. We have a couple films that are so similar, like they must have known. Like, but from what I've read, Hooper had no idea that Deranged was being done in Canada at the time, or had been done. There was nothing there. And you got to remember, this is 1974. You don't just hop on Google and, oh, what's going on, blah blah blah. Like, nobody has this information. But how do you explain the fact that two movies in the same year have very similar themes, but a dinner scene that's very similar? Obviously, Chainsaw is being a lot better, but it's very, very fucking similar to the point where you're like, it's a head scratcher, right?
Yeah, it happens all the time. It's crazy.
It is. Is it not fucking bizarre?
Because it happened last year with the fucking Immaculate and First Omen.
Right, and that was, and the fucked up thing about that was they were released in the same week.
Yeah, like literally right, bam, bam.
But like, I get it nowadays where studios, like, I mean, shit's leaked. Everybody could know what's going on if you're filming shit, that you could be changing stuff. This is 1974, and we have two films exploring the same ideas, themes, characters. But to have specific scenes that are very similar is beyond me. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, I can't make any sense of it. I'm never gonna say Texas Chainsaw ripped off Deranged. It's just completely ludicrous. I'm just gonna call it chance. It's just by chance, you know. But you have to admit, though, it is really intriguing.
Yeah, no, it is. It is, and obviously both were inspired by the same source material of the Ed Gein story and Psycho as well.
Right.
But which is, yeah, it's very interesting.
But no, I get the themes, I get the ideas and stuff, but like when you have specific scenes like a dinner scene
that are very similar.
It blows my mind.
I didn't know this had a reverse artwork.
I'm kind of annoyed that they just like put a fucking dark ass red all over it.
I know. I like the white version. I like the white version better myself. But
so Deranged the movie, I give it an 8.5 out of 10. I'm actually like a huge fan of this movie. I have not really talked about it throughout the history of the show and stuff, but I've always loved it. I don't know what you guys. I know Moodz said this was his best watch with it.
Yeah, I would agree with it. I went from a 7 to an 8.
I literally
with this latest rewatch.
I don't know if it was like the timing of me watching this, but I was so enthralled. The acting by Ezra, I don't know what his real name is, but like he kills this role so much, man. Like it's just every time he talks,
he steals the show and everything he's in.
Yeah, dude. Like, oh my god, dude. Like
he's the old man in Christine that sells the car.
Oh yeah,
totally. Oh my god, I didn't even put it together.
It's got that brand new car smell too.
Fuck, I didn't even put that together.
Finest smell in the world.
Crazy.
Pussy.
That's crazy.
I always wanted a prequel with like his brother's story for Christine, because that always seemed like so interesting. What the hell happened to his brother?
Well, in the book, it's his actual brother that sells the car.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I give it 8.5. Special features, I think, I'm not sure, but I think that there was nothing new produced for this. Does anybody know?
No. I don't know.
Usually on the back, they'll say whether or not it's new.
Yeah, if it doesn't say new, then I want.
Yeah, because on the 4K disc, there's nothing. There's just the commentaries.
Yeah, that's usually what they do.
All the features are on the Blu-ray. But I feel like that it's like the stuff that was on the Kino disc. But don't quote me on that.
There was nothing on the Kino disc.
I know that there's a ton of features on the Arrow.
Completely bare bones. I think.
No,
maybe the Arrow stuff.
The Arrow release has a ton.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Did anybody watch any of the special features?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No.
I just
So
streamed
I'm
it.
not 100% sure. I did listen to all three fucking commentaries, so I watched this movie 4 times.
You're a monster.
Dude, that's crazy.
But I did run out of time and didn't get to the actual features. I was gonna do them before the show today, but I had the 4K in the player, and there was no features on the disc, and I didn't feel like going and getting the other disc, so I was like, fuck. I'm very lazy. But I did listen to all three commentaries, so I mean, that's a big investment right there. So the first commentary is with film historian Richard Smith, and the reason why I say that it feels like all these special features are maybe like from the
Okay,
past
that was
releases.
on the Kino.
Okay.
The
Um,
ones on the Kino was that the one with Alan Ormsby, an interview with producer Tom Carr in a trailer,
okay.
Hmm.
The
and
reason
no
that
subtitles.
The reason I think these are ported special features is because all of the commentaries seem old, like the audio quality even. So the first one with the film historian was honestly my least favorite, which is not usually the case. Uh but he does do a really good job of explaining like all the films that were sort of influenced by Ed Gein, which are a lot more than, just Psycho and Deranged and TCM and Silence of the Lambs. Like there's like I mean the dude listed like 30 titles or something. And every one that he talked about, I was like, yeah, I totally could see that. But so that one was okay. The second commentary I listened to was the one with Tom Savini. And this one I also know was really old because he talks about how he met up with um somebody to talk about doing a remake of this. Like the same week that he recorded that commentary, he had met with a producer about him directing a remake to Deranged. And I know that has not been talked about in like over a decade. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that had to have been an old commentary as well.
Yeah, we must have brought that up on 22 Shots at one point.
Yeah.
A remake of
Yeah.
Deranged. Yeah.
So yeah, because he had literally just told a story of where he met up with and talked with a producer for like an hour about like how they would do it and stuff like that. And I don't think Tom Savini's really been directing anything lately.
No.
But that one was kind of fun. Like Tom Savini's opinions on movies is like completely not like mine. Um, like just some of the things that he feels about like movies, I just disagree with. But
That's natural.
he was also talking about like, Hostel and Saw and stuff like that. So it also felt kind of old. Like because the way he was talking about them was like they were like new, like the torture porn thing and stuff.
Hmm.
And him not liking that stuff.
I wonder what that
Was that
commentary
on
was
the
done
was that
for.
on the Midnight Madness DVD?
That's what I was wondering.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. Like I feel like it almost had to be.
Because that was like almost pre Blu-ray blowing up kind of thing. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, and he talked about his career a little bit and like what like how he didn't want to do Friday the 13th part two and then went and did The Burning instead and then came back for part four and his whole beef with like bringing Jason back in general was like he didn't like the idea and stuff. He also talked about the fact that he didn't like Night of the Living Dead, the remake that he did. But I feel like he probably doesn't feel that way anymore. So that's why it also felt old. Because
What was his reasons for it?
I don't know, just he just like didn't think it was very good and then he said like he watched it recently and thought it was better than he remembered and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
and yeah, I think that movie has held up really well now. I used to not like it that much and now I love it. But so yeah, that one was pretty interesting hearing him criticize his like blood and stuff like that. That was fun. And then the last one was with Alan Ormsby, who sort of talks about the history of the movie, and there was somebody moderating it as well. The worst part about this one is that guy could not remember shit. Like he kept like telling half stories where he didn't really remember what happened. You know what I mean? Like where he's just like, yeah, I think we were in here, or maybe we weren't. I'm not sure. And he also doesn't seem to like genre films. Another guy who didn't really want to get pegged as like a horror guy and sort of is like pooey on the whole like it seems like he thinks that horror is like a cheap thing, as a cheap like crappy thing as well, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, do you
Yeah,
remember that he was like the original director of Popcorn and he got like fired like a little
I
bit
didn't know
into
that.
it and got replaced?
No, I didn't know that. um but yeah, he's sort of like, they asked if like, oh, if you were to do like this movie now, like what would you have done or whatever, and he just didn't seem like very interested in making movies like this at all, you know, anymore, or even, whenever that commentary was made. But yeah, he didn't seem like very high on the film. And also like he did say that there was some like conflicts on like what, like the cuts of the movie and stuff like that. um oh, they also mentioned, so was that Midnight Movies Madness shit, was that the first time it was released like uncut?
I don't remember.
I have no clue.
Because they also said like, oh, this is like the finally like uncut version of the movie.
You know what's
um
funny actually? Because I was watching this 4K and the scenes where it kind of dips in quality, I'm like, man, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. There's some pretty fucking nasty parts, and I was like, shit, dude.
mhm.
Like I swear I hadn't seen like I should have grabbed my Arrow Blu-ray and compared, but I'm positive that those scenes were not in the Arrow. Like there's a
Yeah, I'm
decapitation
not
scene or
sure.
like there's some you know what scenes I'm talking about. There's a couple scenes where the quality dips, but it gets really gory, and you're like, holy shit. And I'm thinking that this might be a different version.
Yeah.
So,
Well, this is definitely the unrated version here,
okay,
but
so that's interesting.
I feel like the Midnight Madness, is it called Midnight fucking Madness? What is the old line called?
Yeah, the Midnight Madness. Yeah,
Midnight
Yeah.
Madness.
yeah.
I feel like that one was this version, but I mean, it's been so long.
Hmm.
But yeah, so they were talking about how like this is the uncut version, but they also Alan Ormsby said that there wasn't a lot that like was on the cutting room floor either. Like pretty much what they shot is what the movie is.
I mean, there's
Um,
obviously versions out there that have cut because that some of that insert footage dips in quality. It dipped in quality, 100%. It did.
yeah,
So,
yeah, I think like what he meant was that like in terms of the uncut version was like there wasn't even more stuff out there that
right,
wasn't
right.
like they pretty much shot what they needed for the movie. Um, but yeah, so that is Deranged. Very happy with this upgrade. Um, I've always been a really big fan of this movie. It might be one of the more popular movies that Vinegar Syndrome has done for the that will do for the year. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty well known movie at this point.
Hmm.
Um,
I would,
but
I mean, popular maybe amongst horror
that's what I
fans.
mean
Yeah, okay.
amongst horror fans. Not
Yeah.
like the general audience don't know fucking Deranged.
No, no one's ever heard of that.
but like amongst horror fans, it's not like a obscure title. Like
No,
it's pretty
no,
well known.
Yeah.
no,
Um,
no, it's had its
much
releases.
like Devil Times Five, where that was a case where like it was a known movie, but I just loved it so much that it was like one of my favorite releases by them. I could see Deranged making a top 10 list at the end of the year for me. Probably have to have a pretty banger year for it not to, because I'm a huge fan of that movie.
Well, I mean, at this rate, we're getting pretty close to the halfway point.
Yeah, we already have 4 months worth of releases,
Yeah, no.
like
I
that we
mean,
know about.
so what
That's
you're saying
crazy.
is it's probably just kind of a spoiler that you're probably going to be putting that one in your top 5 of the
Also,
half year.
I have no clue. I did watch some other stuff that we didn't include in reviews. One thing I'll just say before I pass it on to the next. Feel like this is like one of my longer reviews. But Crack House is a must pick up for anybody out there that
Hmm.
wants to
Dude,
see
Jim
that.
Brown is a motherfucker in that movie.
That movie like kind of blew
I
my
know,
shitter
he's
out
such
a
a
little bit.
bitch.
Dude, he's
Like,
fucking so vile, dude. When he's beating that bitch, I'm like, oh, bro, what the? He just like fucking takes the chick and just starts beating. I'm like, brutal, man. It's fucking brutal. I love Jim Brown, man. Like, we're talking like classic blaxploitation stuff right there.
yeah, Crack
I got
House
some
was awesome, dude.
I got some breaking news.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh,
So Synapse and Red Shirt Pictures just announced these titles
Ooh,
Mm.
okay.
that'll be in production throughout 2025 into 2026.
And get
Fright
released
Night,
in 2028 then.
right. Fright Night 2,
I knew that was coming.
Fuck.
Prom Night 2,
Okay.
Finally.
Prom Night 3,
Nice. My favorite one.
Prom Night 4, 976 Evil 2.
Oh, that's so fucking weird.
Is that not coming from Vestron?
Dude, you have to be kidding me.
Yeah,
So
I guess not.
I just watched Tom Horball video yesterday. He posted last night about 10 movies that he wants on Blu-ray, and 976 Evil 2 was literally one of them.
Damn, he's gonna be fucking stoked.
That's
And
fucking crazy.
what
man.
a random ass movie to have that on like your most
Right.
wanted Blu-ray
Not
list.
most wanted, just 10 random titles that he wanted.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then Marilyn Chambers and Angel of Heat, which
Wow,
I've never
dude.
heard of.
So you mean to tell me that Synapse is putting out Prom Night 2, 3, and 4, but not part 1 in a box set?
Well, they say
Well,
that.
Prom Night 1 has already had a really good Synapse release.
But no,
On this
why not
post, they
release a box
say
set?
that Synapse does have rights for a UHD, but it depends on access and quality of the elements.
Okay.
It's interesting
So
because
if it's good enough to do one, they will. They say.
so Synapse has never actually done a box set before. Like
So
actual
this
Synapse.
is actually going to be under the Red Shirt Pictures line, though, right?
Yeah, which is weird because it's like they're kind of like in bed with each other, but it has like Red Shirt Pictures like logos and package.
Oh, so
Well,
that's the reason why there's no box set, because Prom Night is exclusively owned
Synapse.
by Synapse. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's impossible. Well, I mean, I guess it's still possible, but because like Felcher, I think he does most of those
They're
stuff
just
like
a
on
sister
his
label.
own.
The rights couldn't transfer over being a sister label, so but that's pretty cool though. 3, 4, or 2, 3, and 4.
I'm stoked for 3 because
I love
DVD
part 3.
has the fucking TV version on it.
I
and it's
guess we're
bullshit.
definitely gonna hold off on a Prom Night show until that comes
So
out.
Tony,
Yeah, that makes
in
sense.
Canada, we got a complete box set of all the uncut versions of the Prom Night.
Yeah,
Um,
Moodz
I
actually
actually,
sent me one.
I actually sent JP one years ago. So part 3 on that box set is actually uncut. It's not the TV version. But I know what
Damn.
DVD you're
I
talking about.
bet.
That double feature with 3 and 4 with
Yeah.
that cut version. Don't watch that, dude.
Yes.
That's not. And that
That's all I have.
most people have only ever seen that version. I'm like, no, part 3 is way better if you watch the uncut version. It's like way better.
Yeah, I just
So-
watch it on YouTube anytime I want to
Yeah,
watch it.
yeah, exactly. Right.
I've never seen a single one of those, like 2, 3, or 4.
Part 4 is
Get the
weird.
fuck out of here. You haven't seen 2?
No, not even when it was on Joe Bob. I never watched it.
Dude, 2 is like the best one.
Hello,
It's
Mary Lou.
amazing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably
me
the
too.
best movie. I like part 3 more, but like
Well,
But
I
part-
just never
part 4
had
is
like
weird.
major interest because I don't like Prom Night.
they're so different.
Yeah.
They're honestly part 2 is way better than the first one.
No,
Way better.
you know what? I did watch part 4 or 3 or something when we had 94, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably give Deranged. I'm probably in at a 9 out of 10 on that one. I love it.
Wow.
I think it's great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even
Wow.
higher than me.
So when we get 74, that's going to be interesting.
74 is a fucking banger year, dude.
I know that's one of the years that we need to come up on the randomizer. But
Yeah. Well, knowing how shit usually goes and how the nothing wants to give us anything past 6, like 7, 8, 9. We're probably gonna get 74.
So weird.
Yeah, because you've done 94.
Dude, literally, we've
That's
never had
it.
a 7, 8, or 9 in
Mm-mm.
not
So bizarre.
2007, 8, or 9, not
A
I mean
3.
59 is the
68.
first
Well, we
time.
started with 68. That wasn't a random. So
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you haven't had a 3
2000
yet either.
have we not had a 3?
Nope.
You're
82,
right. We never
72,
had
92,
no, we
2002.
no.
All the
Yeah.
twos.
It's weird, right?
It is fucking weird. It's like we're doing it purposely, but we're totally not.
Yeah.
It's 100% random.
76, 86, 85,
96.
75. Did we have 75?
2005,
Although
85,
although we did get a
75.
although we did get a 59.
Yeah, that was the first time.
I know it's so weird. So random. Quite random. All right. All right, so I'm up next here. All right. So we're going to take it back to the year 2018 with a Swedish film called Videoman. Had anybody seen this one before?
Nope.
It came out?
Nope. But I watched it last week.
Oh, you did watch it. Okay.
Yes.
I've never even heard of it until it
Yeah, I
was
never heard of
announced.
it.
Okay. So I got wind of this back in 18, 19 or whatever, and I just fell in love with the premise of it. So I picked up the DVD. I imported it from, I believe, the UK released of DVD of it, and just kind of sat on it for years, never thinking it was going to actually get a fucking Blu-ray release. And then lo and behold, we get one from who put this out? This ETR Media, which is
Yeah,
pretty
they're the
crazy.
label that's like they specialize in YouTube documentaries.
Yeah, so which is the weirdest thing, because you're right. And it just didn't seem like this is the type of movie that they should be releasing, because it's not a shitty ass YouTube documentary.
Yeah, they do randomly have decent releases. Like they put out the Outwaters, which was random too.
Oh, that was them? Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
a couple, 100%. So I was super stoked when this came out, because when it came out, I was championing this film, saying I'm a big fan of this, and no one knew what the fuck I was talking about. They're like, "What the fuck is Videoman?" But because it didn't have a region 1 release and stuff, and I get that though, I mean, you could have imported the DVD back in the day for like £8. It was cheap as fuck. But I had to see it because just the premise on it. But yeah, Videoman, 2018 Swedish film. Synopsis on the film. Basically this one follows our main character, Ennio. He's going through a fucking serious ass rough time in his life. He was once a very prominent VHS, well, he still is a VHS collector, but he was once like the big shot, like video store rental owner and stuff like that. And basically what happened in Sweden, at the time, and just like it did in the Western world too, physical media just failed. All these things, they all went under and stuff like that. And that's what happened to him. He lost his store. Anyways, he ends up moving his whole collection down into like this basement of this building and stuff like that. And shit is just not going right for him at all. He gets an eviction notice in the beginning of the film saying that he needs to get the fuck out of there and stuff like that. But the collector that's, the collecting side of him, he's still on the hunt for all these tapes and shit like that. And so he needs one tape to fill up this range that he has. And, Inoni is like a huge Italian horror film fan, giallos specifically. Anyways, he needs the tape Fulci Zombie to complete this range. Anyways, he goes out and he actually, finds this tape. And he gets a call basically from this anonymous person kind of thing. It's not really that anonymous, but who is a huge collector and stuff like that. But that person offers him basically like 10,000 euros for this tape. And he's like, well, fuck, I don't really want to sell this thing, but he's in financial crisis because he just got an eviction notice. He's getting kicked out of his place. He has, his life is in shambles and stuff like that. And so he decides, since he found this, he needs to sell this tape and, you know, kind of recoup his life a little bit. So what happens is that, you know, before he can make the sale, his fucking tape goes missing. And he has no idea what happened to it. And then he finds out right away that the seller is not taking no for an answer. Like, they want this tape and shit like that, and they mean fucking business. So basically he's on the hunt for his tape, and he goes to investigate like everybody that could have possibly stole it. And you know, he starts, you know, going to his collector friends' houses, and he starts doing all this crazy shit and stuff like that. And so he starts looking for this tape and stuff like that. So I'll just leave the synopsis there. So my thoughts on Videoman. This is a really, really interesting film. It is about us. It's about us. It's about movie collectors. It's about like the themes of this movie is really interesting because it really dives into a lot of different themes. You know, it deals with, you know, isolation and addiction and you know, fandom and nostalgia and a whole pile of other themes. Like, our main character is a very complex character. You know, like I said, you know, he was a very prominent video store owner that is a collector, and he lost his whole lifestyle and stuff, and he doesn't want to lose that and stuff. And, you know, he's dealing with the loss of his wife and stuff due to, you know, all that type of things and stuff like that. So there's all these themes that are happening in the film. So after he loses his tape in the movie, you know, he ends up kind of meeting this girl. Actually, he ends up getting this tape from her, but he ends up finding like kind of a relationship deal with her and stuff like that. But they don't really have a lot in common because she's like the polar opposite of him. But the only thing that they share is drinking. Like, Inoni is essentially an alcoholic. She's an alcoholic. And I like the way this movie's structured too, because once we find out like his story, and that we realize that he's struggling with, you know, love and romance and, you know, personally and stuff, because he has these flashbacks and these nightmares of his ex-wife and stuff like that. You know, he doesn't really want to dive into this relationship and stuff like that, but they do kind of share this bond of like drinking. And the way the movie's structured too, like, it really kind of plays off, into his side, but then it showcases her too. And she's like this. She works in this office, and she kind of gets bullied a little bit to the point where, you know, she drinks a ton. She also has this like outrageously shitty relationship with her daughter, and, you know, she's got that whole thing going on. But her thing is like, she's obsessed with the 80s, where he's kind of obsessed with the 70s and 80s also. But she's not into movies and things like that. So they kind of create this bond because they're two kind of like outcast people that are kind of isolated in their own little worlds and stuff like that. And they kind of come together. So that's like a whole kind of understory and stuff. But which is a really cool element to the film, which doesn't really take away from the core story of what Inoni's trying to do in the film. But like the journey of him trying to find the tape is super amazing, because I love this whole thing, because he loses his tape and he needs to fucking find this tape so he can regain his life. And so what he does is he tries to find a way to find this thing. So he goes and investigates like all of his friends. And there's this crazy ass scene where he goes to his buddy's place. And I will say, all the people that he goes to, like all the apartments and everything, everyone in the film is an actual real life collector. So everything that you're seeing in the film is the real life collections. They're not really actors and stuff, but like, you know, it's the real life collections and stuff. So the conversations within the film are super awesome. They start talking about like, you know, Italian films, and like it gets real fandom. It's very, very fandom throughout the whole film. But there's this awesome
debates on the porno inserts.
Oh,
on, like,
dude,
if it's a body double or not.
Dude, the porno insert scene.
They're, like, screaming at each other.
So there's this great scene in the film where he goes, I think it's one of the first scenes where he goes to investigate his buddy. He figures that this guy might have stolen his tape. So he goes there and he's drugging him. They're drinking beers together. So he's like drugging him and shit. But anyways, they have this,
just to snoop around. What a fucking crazy asshole.
They have this great scene where and it's awesome too, because it's actually a scene from Slaughter Hotel. And I've always wondered this too, if it actually was her vagina, but you know, they have this great conversation. He's like, no, seriously. So the whole scene that they're debating if it's, you know, an actual pussy shot is, we can see the screen in the background. It's paused with wide open vagina. And they're having this debate. They're like, no, it's not her because look, she had an appendectomy over here and this part doesn't have it. And like, it's just such the most fandom shit ever. But like, oh my God, dude, it's fucking great. But that scene is actually from Slaughter Hotel. If you guys have ever seen the film, I can't remember the name of the actress that plays in that. She is absolutely fucking stunning. I truly believe that's an insert. I don't think that's actually her that it is that they're talking about. But it goes on
Yeah,
and
because the one didn't have the appendectomy, right?
yeah, and even in that scene, they go on to like have the Fulci or Argento conversation too, which is fucking fantastic, right? Like Fulci or Argento. Even our lead even says that Suspiria is a fucking Giallo. I'm like, dude, you're wrong. That's not a Giallo. But
Yeah,
there's
that's bullshit.
there's a
But I
lot of
do love his reasoning for the Fulci because I say the same shit. He's
yeah,
just got so much more variety.
me too, man. I mean, if you're into like westerns or Pleicestes and like fucking obviously horror films, like he did it all, man. He did it all.
Hmm.
Comedies too, which I'm not really the biggest fan, but he definitely did it all. But yeah, his reasoning was is Argento was one track minded. I'm like, it's kind of true. Um, but yeah, so like he goes on this hunt, and the cool thing in the film is like, he investigates all his buddies and stuff like that. Well, the media catches on because he's starting to commit these crimes, and he is dubbed the Video Man. He's dubbed as a video man in the media and stuff like that. And he's like just trying to find his fucking tape, right? But meanwhile, while he's trying to find this tape, it turns very Giallo-esque. He's having these like nightmare flashbacks. He's having these visions, and like it kind of turns into Giallo, but it's not like your typical type Giallo because it's like we're following a certain character and it's not full of like straight smut and like murder and stuff like that. That's one element of this film where I think a lot of people might be a little bit disappointed where, it gives off the whole Giallo vibes to it, but it doesn't incorporate the sleaze and the murder and stuff. There's no body count in this film. It's more of a character study, really. It's about a certain character and his fandom and, relationships and stuff like that, which I'll get into a little bit later. But like the whole ride throughout the film is really cool. It's really cool how it all develops. And then like, the actual reveal of what happened to the tape is literally one of those moments where you go, fuck, that is absolutely it's hilarious in its sense, because if you're a full-blown alcoholic, I think some of the like this type of shit could probably actually happen to you, so it kind of makes a little bit of sense. But yeah, all in all, man, I think this movie is a really, really fantastic character study. It is shot really well. It's fucking edited well. The score is so damn beautiful. The director said that he was completely 100% influenced by John Carpenter. That's why he wanted to have the synth soundtrack to it. So it has this beautiful synth soundtrack. Like I said, the cinematography is fantastic. The acting is phenomenal. Actually, our lead actress that plays the love interest in the movie actually ended up winning some awards for this movie. I'm really surprised the guy that played Enino didn't win either, because I thought he was fantastic in the movie either. And he's actually a seasoned actor, like veteran actor and stuff like that. He did a lot of type of shit in Sweden too. So not really familiar myself, but he was very well known and stuff like that, which is, I thought was pretty cool that he was actually the director who was an unknown was willing to get these type of actors to do this film. Another really kind of factual odd thing about our lead, what's her fucking name in the film? Shit. I think I might have closed this out. What the fuck is our lead? I can't remember her name. But anyways, the funny thing about her character is that she was in real life was actually a recovered alcoholic. And this was the first movie that she had done after fully recovering from being an alcoholic. And she plays a full-blown alcoholic in the movie. Like, I just thought it was absolutely fucking phenomenal. Like, absolutely insane to do this. Like, the amount of willpower it would take to do it, and she's a shit show through the whole film. Like, she's constantly shit-faced. I can see why she won awards for this. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely an amazing performance. So, but yeah, like all the specs on this type of film is, or on this movie is really fucking good. Like I said, it gives off the Giallo aspects, but it's not what you think it is. It's more of a character study, which I personally fucking love. It's really good. So getting into the like kind of the backstory of the movie. So this movie itself is actually based on a real the character Inoni is actually based on a real person. So this guy that is based on is he was a big shot in Sweden. He owned a video store, and he was, you know, the head of the collecting community. Everybody knew his video store, everybody knew his collection and stuff like that. He was the dude. He actually has a cameo in the movie, which is really fucking cool. So this movie's shot in basically this basement kind of area with this huge movie collection and stuff like that. The fucking coolest thing about it, the real life person this movie's based on, that's his real life living quarters. That's his real collection. That's his real life living space. They shot in the actual spot of this real person.
That's sick.
Absolutely fucking phenomenal. He let him do it. I think that was really, really noble, and you know, it's kind of crazy. So the director said that he had the idea for the movie back in like the late 90s, and then he heard about this collector and stuff like that. So he kind of changed up the script, and he's like, well, we need to write a movie about this guy because this is really interesting, because of course he's a Swedish filmmaker, a Swedish film fan himself and stuff like that. So it took many, many years to incorporate different type of scripts and all that type of thing. And he finally ended up getting the movie done and stuff like that. But I still think it's one of the most unique things about the movie that people really need to know. And I was just floored when I found out about that. I thought that was one of the most unique things. Yeah, Tony, so this movie's based off a real person, right? Did you know that?
No, I really don't know anything about this movie.
Okay, so the lead character, Inoni, is based off a real character named Inoni. And he was pretty much the head of the whole Swedish collector, you know, circle. He owned a real video store and stuff like that. And so the living space that's in the movie, that's the real person's actual living. That's where he lives. That's his real collection. Everything. They shot in the real spot. And he actually has a cameo in the movie and everything. And I just thought this was such a beautiful story. I was like, this is crazy. So, I mean, the guy literally had, you know, a fallout with his wife, and he was an alcoholic, and like everything you see in the movie is based off the real person. It's like, it's just it's a biography.
Like even the tape and like the $10,000 shit
is the, you know, is the fictional part of it, right? But like it goes into the whole fandom and stuff, but like the whole character, like everything about the actual character was based off a person. It was pretty much all spot on. Pretty unique stuff.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, it's one of those type of films where, you know, once you kind of know the whole story, I mean, it's phenomenal to watch, because personally for film fans like us, and especially collectors, it's a very special watch because we can relate to it a lot. You know, the fandom, the nostalgia, you know, even the isolation, like everything is going through, like if you've been through breakups and stuff. And like, I think the way they portray the character in the film is actually really cool, because I think that he was basically at fault for why him and his wife had a fallout and stuff like that, because his fandom took over instead of, you know, actually being in love with his, like he loved his wife, but his collecting and his rental store was more important to him than his wife and stuff. And they showcase that through dreams and giallo-esque scenes and things like that. And I thought that was a really fantastic thing. And I like the whole contrast with, you know, him meeting someone else that have really nothing in common. There's this really great scene in the film where, you know, he brings over Manhattan Baby to watch with her, and she has no fucking clue. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I thought you liked the 80s. And she's like, I don't know movies and stuff like that. And they kind of have this like little argument in the film, and she's like, you know, like knowing every movie and directors and stuff is like as useless as memorizing the fucking phone book. It's one of those moments where it's like, that's literally how people look at us. We are four dorks that live in the same little world, that we know all this useless shit that nobody cares about. Right. And that's the vantage point from her. And I really like the way that's written. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And it is the contrast to what we live in, because so many people think that we're weird and scary and fucked up and, you know, and stupid even for buying physical media. Why would you buy physical media when you could just stream it? It's not the point. It's about the collective. It's about the fandom. It's about supporting and things. People don't understand where we come from. And it really showcased in the movie so drastically. It really, really does. Like, it just hits home with us. This movie is made for us. It's made, like, the story of this guy is our story. Even though we didn't own a video store, we're still collectors. We're still fandom. We deal with all the same type of personal issues and things like that. And I really, really love this movie. I think it's a fantastic thing. I mean, you know, I'm glad I got to talk about it because I've dubbed this one as being like very Giallo-esque and stuff like that. And I hope people don't watch the movie thinking, oh, it's going to be a Giallo, right? And they won't understand the character study and all the themes and all the thematic notions that it's going through and stuff like that. And I just truly believe it's a very, very beautiful film. And once you know the backstory of it, like how it took basically 20 years to make, it really sheds a lot of light on it and how much heart that this director put into this project. And right from the music and, like I said, the cinematography, the acting, like everything was just so well done in this movie.
Yeah, especially like the cinematography. Like there's just so many like shots that are lifted from old films. It's really awesome, especially
I
if you
felt
like
like the random old
watch.
film posters all around the movie.
well, that again, that plays into the whole fandom thing. Like his thing is he's a huge Italian horror film and giallo fan, just Italian because he himself is actually an Italian. So you get to see a lot of the posters. You get to see. I love the clip of like Thriller. There's a clip of Thriller in the movie. We get to see open vagina of like Slaughter Hotel. Like that's fucking wild too. Like that's completely insane.
That made me laugh when I
Yeah.
was watching Thriller.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, just drinking his life away and just watching Thriller. It's like it's pretty awesome. But yeah, so that's pretty much the movie. Like, I mean, I could probably go on forever, but I really want people to watch it. There is like the features that are on it. There's a feature with the director called the Videoman Origins, which explains what I kind of went into a little bit, the history of the film and like how it originated in 1997 with an idea of like this. But then when he heard about the actual person, he wrote the story based on him and then got to meet him and then kind of flourished from there. And it took forever to actually get made and stuff like that. But I still think one of the coolest things is that they shot in the actual living quarters of the guy. It's just fucking, it's absolutely like that collection is for real. But like, there's so many scenes throughout the film, like all the different type of collectors that are through the film. Like when he's trying to find the thing and he's like drinking dude's beer and he's like, man, this motherfucker's got it organized by directors. And like, that's how we would react in someone's collection, right? We were like, oh shit. Because no one else would ever look at someone's collection and be like people come into my house and they see my shit and they're just like, oh yeah, cool, man. You got a lot of shit, man. It's fucking crazy. But they wouldn't zone in and look at it and be like, holy shit, dude, he's got Fulci separated, he's got fucking Lindsay, like what? That's kind of crazy. So I like that. Those conversations are fantastic to me, man. But I mean, the director is actually really interesting. Like he actually went to UCLA in the late 90s and stuff, got his film degree and stuff like that there. I thought that was all pretty cool. Really interesting history on the film. Yeah, and then they actually have an interview with the director, which is kind of the same type of information and stuff like that. Like he talks about how the film is about like 80s nostalgia, and he talks about the themes and things that I covered and stuff like that. Like inspirations for the movie, where The Tenant was a big inspiration for the movie, and obviously, Italian cinema and stuff like that because he's a big fan. Him being a huge John Carpenter fan and realizing that like when you have the ability to do what you can do, what you want to do with your scores and stuff like that, he loved that sound. And he's like, that's what I got to do. I have to put that soundtrack in there. So that's why they went out and did the soundtrack. And honestly, if you've ever heard the music for it, it's fucking phenomenal. It's really good. There's a great interview with the lead actor, Stefan Sauk, who is like a veteran of, Swedish cinema. He did like a lot of action films. I'm very unfamiliar with him, which is quite surprising because, he does have a history. He feels like the film is like strictly about alienation, which, kind of plays into the whole thing. But really good stuff. And he talks about his acting methods and like how he prepped for it and all that type of stuff. It was really, really actually interesting to hear him talk about how he went approaching this character when, it's interesting because when you're playing a character, you generally don't actually know the character. Like you met the guy like after the fact. And so it's kind of interesting. So then they had, Lena Nielsen, who plays the lead, the love interest in the film. They did a phone interview with her, which I was kind of disappointed by that, but everything can't be perfect. And that's when she revealed that she was a recovering alcoholic and, and this was the first role that she did after. And she just went with it. And I'm like, I thought that was one of the most phenomenal facts of the whole thing. I'm like, that is truly incredible because she is amazing in the role. And then there's like an old Fright Fest interview with Alan Jones. If you guys are familiar with Alan Jones, from the UK and stuff. Uh, Pretty interesting, just but 70 minutes, kind of thing. It's nothing that we hadn't really heard and stuff like that. There's a couple short films on the movie also, or on the disc also from the director. One's called Susan's Longing, and it's about 23 minutes long. And I thought this was actually pretty fucking cool, man. It's super low budget, but it's got this super like atmospheric, ominous feel to it, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then you get this like review. It's actually really cool. I thought it was really cool. It's from 2009. Then he did another one in 2014 called Mink, aka Makeup, which is about 17 minutes long, and it obviously looks a lot better. I think the previous one that he did was purposely meant to look low budget and kind of black and white and whatever. But this one right here is about like, it's about bullying, and it just goes crazy with these 3-4 characters in this thing. It's okay. I personally like the other one a lot better, but this one definitely looks a lot better. But then surprisingly, there was like 26 minutes of deleted scenes, and I generally don't really like to watch deleted scenes because sometimes I'm just like, fuck. A lot of them don't even have sound, and they're kind of lame and shit like that.
Deleted for a reason.
Yeah, deleted for a reason. They're just not good quality. But they actually put effort into not remaster, but these were scenes that were actually cut. They were actually scenes from the film. But they left out this great fucking scene where he's talking to his buddy, which I never did talk about. There's a whole nother subplot. Like there's like 5 subplots in this film where he's got a buddy in the film and he's got a wife and stuff like that. And he was a huge film fan, and obviously Noni and him used to hang out a lot and stuff like that and used to do their thing and stuff. But now he's all hugged up and he's become a fucking bitch boy. And he's completely
pussy whipped.
He's all pussy whipped, and his wife just literally won't even let him go out and do anything. He's not even allowed to even associate with Noni because Noni is all by himself.
Talk on the phone.
Not allowed to talk on the phone. He can't even do. He's not even allowed to eat sugar, motherfucker.
I gotta watch the diabetes.
Yeah, you gotta watch the diabetes. So, anyways, this guy is kind of like that. He's kind of like that subdued character that like just loves his wife, but like wants to be out there. So he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place and stuff. But anyways, there's a scene that they cut from the film, and they were talking about like, actually, what it is Buddy knocks on the door and he's like, who is it? And he's like, it's so and so, and he's like, well, what are your 3 favorite films? Like to let him in kind of thing, right? So his 3 favorite Italian films that he mentioned in here was A Lizard in a Woman's Skin, which is a Fulci film.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to leave the third one, which I've written second here, to the last because this is going to intrigue Tyler. And then the second one is Rabbit Dogs. And he's like, well, which version? The father and the son, because, the original was done by Mario, right? And then Lamberto did after Mario died and stuff. And he was like, and he says Lamberto Bava, or he says Lamberto,
Ooh.
he says Lamberto, and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, and so they have this conversation. But the other film that he mentions is Footprints on the Moon.
Hell yeah.
Like we're in depth here, man. Like there's a lot of conversation about films, a lot of posters. Like honestly, like if you're a film historian of Italian cinema and understand this is made for you. This is a fucking awesome release. Really good stuff. So here's the commission. That is the original artwork. I think this is really interesting. This wasn't on my DVD, but it kind of looks like a tape, which makes a lot of sense because it was about video tape collecting and stuff. And that's one thing I probably didn't really fully mention is that Noni is like, he's really into like the VHS. Like that was his stick, where his friends have kind of upgraded to like DVD and Blu-rays and stuff like that. And like, we have the whole scene, Tony, where
you don't have a Blu-ray player.
Yeah.
He's like, you don't. He like brought all these tapes and he has like no way to play them.
When he brought him to the girlfriend's house. Yeah.
I went with that. That happened to me at my girlfriend's parents' house. Like I brought over a 4K that we were supposed to watch, and they were like, "Oh, we have a DVD player." I was like, "Whoa!"
You brought a 4K to an old person's house, and you assume that they had one?
No, they told me they had a 4K. I asked. They didn't know what I was talking about.
But they only had a DVD player. Who just has a DVD player? That's crazy.
They didn't have a 4K TV.
They're like, "Yeah, we got one."
Yeah, it was one of those.
That is wild, man.
That
is
like,
wild.
Oh.
Did you force them to buy one that night?
No, we just streamed it. And I looked like an idiot for owning the movie.
Tony, so
Halloween 3.
I have to say the most bizarre thing about this movie is like the reveal behind the person that wants to obtain this tape and the reasons for it was like that's the second time I watched this or the third time I watched this movie and every time I'm just like what the fuck? It's so bizarre. It is
It's
literally
so random.
it is random like really
But
that's a great word
at
because
the
it's like
same time, though, like it almost feels as outlandish as like a Giallo twist. You know what I mean?
and I thought about that after, and I finally realized that's exactly why he wrote it like that because it's one of those left field things. You know, sometimes you watch Yellows and like something happens, you're like, what the fuck? It was like that
Yeah,
moment,
like
right?
fucking Torso. They made fun of my penis. You know what I mean? Like it's like
Right,
literally
yeah.
just everything's just the most outlandish bullshit. It was amazing.
Right. Um, I still think that, you know, the reveal with where the actual tape went is still really goddamn funny to me because I mean, I've had
I
a few
will.
beers in my life, and I've been known to like put things in places where I didn't like. I'm just like, oh my god, dude.
I meant
It's
to rewind it and look back and see if like you could like notice that in action.
no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Damn. It'd have been sweet if it was like a deep red moment.
But I really think that
Oh
he
yeah.
wrote that like, you know, for the multiple times that it took him to write the script and stuff, like I think he really did a good job of focusing in on the fact that it developed so much earlier and then, you know, it became such a current thing and, you know, talk and shedding a light on like physical media and like, you know, just and the relationship between us and them. You know what I mean? Like people don't understand, and I think it does such a good job of really putting shedding the light on it and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, for a lower budget film, there's nothing wrong with this movie. Like I said, spec wise, it is really fucking good. This is how you make low budget movies. You just have the passion, you have the story. If you can get the actors and you know how to shoot shit, which you know he obviously did because he literally went to school for it. Um,
Yeah, the
it's
only way that movie could look any better is if it was shot on film.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it honestly it looks really good for what it is. I mean, there's some really good
Hmm.
lighting in it too. Like he tries to incorporate like some giallo-esque lighting and stuff, which is really and it's hard to do as a like even as a high budget filmmaker, you still have to know what you're doing. Like people kind of take it for granted when they watch like older like Mario Bava films and Argento films and stuff like that. Like setting up for those shots, man. Like Argento talks about when lighting you know, not even Suspiria. I think it was like Phenomena stuff. Like it took like you know full days just to set up the lighting to do a you know 5 minute shot. It's crazy, but like they didn't have the time to do this because they shot this in a few weeks. You know, really. So, but what they did for this is phenomenal. But you know, it's a collector's dream. But I'm not gonna sit here and sell people that it's a horror film. It's not. It's a character study. You know, it does have a little bit of a romance angle, but it's not really. It's more about individuality in a sense, but um
Yeah, it's a drama first.
it's a drama first that just incorporates our lifestyles and I really like that. See, if you're going to incorporate like a type of relationship or it's I wouldn't even say a romance because they don't really have one. I mean, they get together based on just companionship. Their relationship wasn't even sexual until and that's what actually complicated things and I like that angle. That after they have sex, that's when everything goes all fucked up. He gets all pissed off because he's like he calls her an attention whore because she's all about posting pictures of herself on Facebook and Instagram and shit when he doesn't like the media world. He likes the isolation world. He likes the collecting world. And so they're polar opposites that are together and stuff. And yeah, it's a really brilliant film. So 9.5 out of 10 for me. I think it's honestly
Damn.
one of my favorite watches. Every time I watch it, I like it more and more. It's absolutely brilliant. So I'm ashamed that you guys didn't pick this up. JP,
Not only
Tyler,
did I not pick it up, I've never even watched it.
so
I'm
sad.
definitely picking it up now, especially since I saw the
Sounded
50%
horrible.
off.
Did what?
It sounded horrible.
Yeah.
Your review was just sucked.
Ooh, drama, romance, no killing,
I'm
no
just kidding.
horror.
I'm just
All the
kidding.
worst aspects of
Five minutes after I was talking about how I don't like the romance angle in Candyman here, I'm praising
Right.
Videoman. And it's like, dude,
right.
you're the most hypocritical reviewer ever, you fucking dick. Actually, there's even a scene where they show, I can't remember the name of the movie. I swear it's the one that Vinegar Syndrome released, but there's even they show a clip of a giallo that Donald Pleasance was in. I can't remember the name of the movie though. It's totally that movie. I thought that was really interesting. So, got to mention that. Yeah, I know. It's like a quick little scene. I'm like, I know that fucking movie, but I can't remember the title. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Vinegar Syndrome actually released, which would make sense because it's kind of sister label stuff. But anyways,
Nothing Underneath.
Who was?
I think it's something like that. Yeah.
I think it was
They
Nothing
released
Underneath.
that. They released a movie called
I think it's that one, which is out of all movies to actually show on the screen, they would pick that one, which isn't even that great. But I don't know. Pretty
It's
interesting.
A deep cut. Maybe they just wanted a cool deep cut. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, they showed Thriller, and like, I mean, I guess they did with Slaughter Hotel. That's kind of I wouldn't say it's a deep cut, but at the same time, a lot of people haven't seen it. But if you have,
I would say it's a deep cut.
Yeah, I personally think
get
Slaughter
that
Hotel.
Blu-ray.
It's fucking. It's one of the sleazy.
Sleazy.
It's one of the sleaziest giallos you could ever watch. It really is. I mean, there's full blown, straight up vagina shots. It's crazy.
And amazing kills with cool weapons.
Yeah. It feels like a slasher before giallo-esque, but it's yeah. Anyways, that's Videoman from 2018. Everybody out there, go buy 2 copies. It's fantastic. Great ass release. It looks beautiful. So, Tyler.
I'm not. Tony was next. All right.
Oh, is it? Or is
I'm
it
next?
Oh, it is Tony.
It's me.
It is you. Shit.
Yep. I'm not first or last for once.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm always first. Like 95% of the time.
I don't think I've ever been first. It's so
I
weird.
I honestly can't remember. I remember one time I went first specifically, but I can't remember like any other time.
I feel like I'm always second or third. It's weird. I don't know. It is random.
Yeah, I don't care though. I don't mind going first, but we're going to talk about the newest VSU, which is one of my favorite sub-labels because they release just all the stupid cult classic studio bullshit that I like ingested when I was a kid in the 90s. And this time I'm talking about Virtuosity, directed by Brett Leonard. This is actually the last movie in his Cyber trilogy that started with Lawnmower Man and then had Hideaway with Jeff Goldblum. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. That one's pretty not popular.
No, nope.
I probably passed on it because I hate Jeff Goldblum. That's a running joke. That's a running joke on 22 Shots Forever. I'm not a big fan of him. I can't stand him.
Oh no,
it's pretty cool. It's got Alicia Silverstone in it too. Plays his daughter. He like dies and he gets like a regenerative like drug that brings him back to life, but he's like sharing like memories with a serial killer played by Jeremy Sisto. But it's got all the same like primitive CGI graphics that the other 3 movies have.
Yeah.
But like one thing I love about this guy's filmography is that beyond like this trilogy of like cyber movies, it's like bookended by 2 really interesting movies. His first movie was The Dead Pit, like a late 80s, this random like asylum zombie movie, which is actually kind of cool.
Dude, I shit you not. I was literally, no fucking word of a lie, going to put my Dead Pit shirt on tonight. And I went with the Incredible Melting Man. I'm not even fucking joking for a second. I literally grabbed it.
Don't we hate Dead Pit?
No, I love it. Oh, we're talking about the podcast? Yeah. I don't like those guys. But anyways, yeah, no, I shit you not, Tony. It was right next, and I grabbed this one. I was like, I have more than this shirt in a long time.
Sweet that you have a Dead Pit shirt.
I love the Dead Pit, man. I love the atmosphere, the coloring. I love it. It's great.
And then he did, after those, a movie called Feed in like 2005, which is like about some like crazy like
that
weird,
movie
like
sucks.
feeding fetish.
Dude, that movie is...
We reviewed that movie.
I have dubbed that movie as being the most disgusting movie ever fucking made in the history of films.
It's fucking...
Dude, you're betting on people dying because you're overfeeding them and shit, and it's just grotesque obesity and like, oh my god, it's so gross.
That sounds awesome.
It's gross. Dude, the way it's filmed, it'll make you gag. Because
You should watch it,
didn't I say,
Tyler.
JP? I'm like, I dare you to fucking eat a dinner while watching this movie. You wouldn't be able to get through it. There's
I
no
could.
way. No way. You could not sit there and eat like a huge lasagna while eating. There's no way.
Lasagna.
It's
You
so
don't know me.
disgusting. Just
It's so gross. It's so gross.
watch it, Tyler.
I think you're selling me on it.
We
It's
watched it
cool.
when we got 2005.
Dave Parker loves it. He's been talking about it a lot recently, I think,
I love
Really?
gross shit.
on his
It makes me
channel.
laugh.
I don't think I like that movie. I can't remember though.
Didn't he just get a Blu-ray? Like, did it not get an upgrade?
Yeah, Unearthed Classics put it out.
Right,
There you go.
right.
That's probably why Dave Parker was talking about it.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
anyways,
I like gross shit. It makes me laugh.
I know.
yeah. What did you have, Salo? Number 2, number 3
3.
on your 75 list? I think it was my
3.
number 3 too.
To be fair, it ended up at 3 and not higher because it's like it is such like a beating that it's like, okay, I have to like I can watch this movie once every like couple of years.
Ugh.
Well, yeah.
Ugh.
Back to Virtuosity. No more poop talk.
I gotta say,
So-
I love the packaging and like the design of the case for that.
It is
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah,
'Cause it's got that
like
crazy like 90s.
It feels like a video game.
Mhm.
I
it feels
thought
very
this movie
90s.
was dumb as hell, but like I probably enjoyed it more than any of the other 3 movies.
It's just a really fun action movie from the 90s that really doesn't give a fuck about like anything. You know what I mean?
It's like classic dad thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like dad thriller, but makes you think a little bit. Like I love the virtual reality aspect of it because like the whole movie, I like the way it starts because it opens up in a virtual reality world with Denzel
But you don't
Washington.
know it.
Yeah, you don't
Well, yeah,
know
you
it.
don't know it, but you know it within like the first 2 minutes because
Mhm.
Denzel and
Yeah.
Hoffman from the Saw franchise
Yeah.
are like going through here like cops, and I found it really interesting, like the people in the virtuality world acting as like NPCs before like NPCs were even a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they were acting like just like very like robotic and animated like you would. I was kind of impressed by that.
Mhm.
Well, anyways, you find out that these guys are in basically a training
Simulation.
like a simulation, and their main
We're all in a
villain-
simulation
Yeah.
It's true, it's the Matrix.
right now.
It's funny, like the director talks about how like the Matrix stole his idea in like the special features. So yeah, he's got like a hard on for like virtual reality shit. But yeah,
Yeah. That's like
The main
immediately-
villain-
I saw who it was, and immediately when we started watching, it was like, this is the fucking Lawnmower Man guy just making the Lawnmower Man again.
yeah, except better. This is obviously the
money.
best movie in his Cyber trilogy. Because the main villain of this movie is Sid 6.7. Oh shit. Dude, I love that poster so much.
Isn't that awesome?
The old VHS with the glowing eyes. The video store I went to as a kid had that.
Yeah, everyone
And it
I
didn't-
ever saw, then they never worked.
Mm-mm. The one that I went to didn't work either. I
Yeah.
don't know if I've even seen one that worked.
I did. There was a guy on YouTube that I used to watch when I first started that had a one that worked. He used to show it on the video. I was like, that's so fucking awesome, man. So cool.
Ugh.
Always wanted it. Yeah.
Lucky son of a bitch.
I'm surprised that that gimmick hasn't come back. I mean, you know, with the Geyser, wouldn't that be so cool to release something with just where something lights up and shit? I mean, I know it was for the Dead Pit, but I think there was
They
other
do have those VHSs that have like light up cases, don't they? We only buy the Blu-rays, but they have VHSs too.
Yeah, I think those VHSs surprisingly sell out like real quick. Like they're sold out like instantly.
They're cool. I mean, like if you're into that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean those are.
Like
I mean, for
we're
me,
the other guys in Videoman. They're like, fuck VHS.
yeah, I mean
Like
it's
we're upgrading to the best possible quality.
it's not that it's fuck VHS for me. I mean, I don't have anything to watch them legitimately on. like popping in a tape into like the 80-inch TV doesn't seem logical. I need a tube TV.
It's not that bad.
I mean,
I don't have a problem watching my VHS on my 4K screen. It
I
doesn't
have done
bother me
I
that
have
bad.
done it before, but I mean, I would really like to just, do the full nostalgic throwback of watching it on like a 27 fucking tube TV or something like that. That'd be like that's, kind of what it was, right? But does it
Honestly,
make it
you're
look any
right.
better? Does it make it like
No,
does it do anything for it? Like,
no, just looks like tape on a big screen,
yeah,
honestly.
like a big 4.3, big ass
Hmm.
4.3. Yeah.
But yeah, so Denzel and Hoffman from the Saw franchise are in this virtual reality simulation, and they're going against Russell Crowe, who's this amalgamation of like 200 of the worst like serial killers ever known to man. Sid 6.7, he's like the most ruthless being ever created. He's an AI artificial intelligence, which is like very ahead of its time. And in this simulation, Russell Crowe actually kills Costas Mandylor by giving him like a shock and he like dies in it. And they come out into the real world and Louise Fletcher, who's running the whole organization, basically shuts it down because it's like this guy just fucking died in this virtual reality world. This guy's like fucking Freddy Krueger in here killing people in their dreams. So they shut it down and everything. But you find out that Denzel Washington, who is basically a prisoner, or he's a convict with Costas Mandylor, he's the only person that ever defeated Sid 6.7 in this simulation because he used to be like one of the best cops out there. And he's in prison because a long time ago, and you'll find out in this like flashbacks that he was on like the a hot trail of like a serial killer and he got a little bit too close to where the serial killer ended up kidnapping his wife and child and basically laid a booby trap with a bomb in a room to where Denzel Washington tried to save them and accidentally blew up the whole thing and killed them. Blew his arm off. And then in like a fit of rage, he went on fucking berserker mode and just mowed down all those guys. But and then but
Went
while mowing those
vigilante
people
mode.
down, yeah, he accidentally killed a couple of reporters that were innocent, so he ended up serving he ended up getting like a life sentence for that.
Well,
So, meanwhile, as this simulation thing is shut down, in the other sector of this building, there's another like research facility doing like Android technology using like nanobots, where they're like building like these just robots using nanotechnology. And one night, the nano scientist is in the AI lab, basically getting cyber sex from an AI like female bot.
Hell
When
yeah.
the AI scientist comes in and basically is like, "What the fuck are you doing in here, dude?" And he basically blackmails him into creating an android of this sex bot, and he tricks him into doing this. But when his back is turned, he slides Russell Crowe's file into this android and basically creates a real life version of Sid 6.7, who's completely made out of nanobots. He's like an immortal, he's basically a superhero because he's made out of plastic essentially. Like anytime like a piece of him gets blown off, he just has to like ingest glass or just be near glass and he can just regenerate every little piece of his body.
yeah,
So
yeah.
of course,
He's like the
Yeah,
T-1000.
yeah. The T-1000. This is what I was trying to get out.
yeah, that's honestly exactly what it is. Just a complete rip off of Terminator 2.
Yeah.
But one of the
But
well, I'll let you go. You probably are gonna mention it.
what?
I was just gonna say that one of the things that Sid is based off of is actually the guy that Denzel was after.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the killer
Forgot its
that
name.
Denzel kills is one of the 200 personalities of Russell Crowe, and he knows Denzel personally. So what happens is William Forsythe, in probably the only movie he's a good guy in, ends up ends up getting him released from jail to basically hunt him down because he's like out there causing havoc, killing people, and just they can't stop him. So Denzel gets released and he just goes on basically a fucking citywide manhunt to take down Sid 6.7 as he just wreaks havoc across the entire city. And along the way, he meets this female cop played by Kelly Lynch from Roadhouse, who has a daughter played by Kaylee Cuoco from The Big Bang Theory, and I think probably her first movie. They're basically there as like a
I didn't realize
device.
that was her.
Yeah, they're there to make him like basically remind Denzel that he used to have a wife and a child and that he has something to fight for.
Yeah.
That's basically the only point of them in this movie. But yeah, I mean, like the movie fucking kicks ass. Like Russell Crowe is just insane, doing whatever he wants in this movie. The director, like in the special features, even said that like Russell Crowe is like such a brilliant like actor, like improv and everything. He basically just let him do whatever the fuck he wanted in the movie.
All the
So I wonder how much of
one-liners,
it is even scripted.
just Russell.
Oh yeah,
Crowe
this is like really
just
buffed and
swinging.
and skinny Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
This isn't
yeah,
Road
he's
Rage. This isn't Road Rage, Russell Crowe.
No.
He's
Unhinged.
fucking,
This
like,
isn't
jacked in this
unhinged.
movie.
Russell Crowe is a priest.
Yeah, he
Um,
comes out of the simulation like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Terminator. He's butt naked, ass out, and everything. He's doing like fucking kung fu moves and shit.
Do they show wangs and stuff?
No.
Nah,
Oh, well, that's
just his
disappointing.
ass.
That's
I know.
disappointing.
It's a
so
shame.
when I tried to watch this movie and I like could not get into it for like the first like 3 times I tried watching it, and then finally I fucking made myself watch it and I actually ended up enjoying it. So yeah, I ended up liking it. My favorite thing about it though is the fact that it has the fucking UFC in it.
And it's like classic UFC,
Well,
whereas like a
it's
tournament without weight classes.
yeah, well, it's in a time period where the UFC had only had like 10 events, so it's like literally like early as hell UFC.
Dude,
It was
I
like
still
UFC 10 or
remember
some shit.
getting the original UFC on pay-per-view and watching with my buddy Jason Peacock. Shout out to Jason Peacock. I know he's not listening to this. But if he is, man, hit me up, brother. We were so stoked for this. We're like, man, this is gonna be fucking crazy. Watching that shit blew our shitters out, bro. Like, what the fuck? Roy's crazy, man. Like, no weight classes. Like, thinking back on what the UFC started out to be is absolutely mind fucking. Like,
It's like Mortal Kombat.
like it was so
It
wild.
was.
Now it's so sanctioned. Like, you have to be within like 8 pounds of each other. Like, these guys were like, were like 150 fucking pound guy fighting fucking 450 pound guy. Can you
Oh my
think
God,
about
how
that?
and he
do
was
you-
putting him to sleep.
It was insane, dude. But they used to come out and fight 3 times.
Dude, one of my favorite
Boom.
guys is like,
crazy.
from the first. It was like in the first like 9 UFCs. This guy named Keith Hackney, and they used to do these like promo videos, like WWE style, like introducing the fighters.
Yeah.
And like, there's this dude like he's like, "Where I'm from, I say if you're coming on, then come on." Or something. I'm just like, dude, it's like so
Bring back
90s
promos,
and cheesy, dude. And it's like
Dude, I
just
love
some
I
Canadian
love the
dude.
little hype package they played
And-
before
and, like,
matches.
The fun thing about like, because I went back and watched.
That's what UFC's missing is
all the-
promos.
I
I
like
watched-
the hype package. Dude, promos are so funny. I love
I've
it.
pretty much watched like every UFC ever. I think at this point, besides like a couple fight nights in the last like decade. But I went back and watched all the early UFCs. And the first like 10 UFCs are so fun because they were one night tournaments.
Yeah, you were too young
Um,
for those when they came out.
Yeah,
man. Like,
yeah. I didn't watch my first like actual UFC until like UFC like 30 something.
Yeah.
We
So
watched one of the first UFCs like as a family on Thanksgiving because I feel like they mostly came out like in November, didn't they?
the
They-
first
I know
one was,
one
I
of them
think,
did.
November.
They definitely
the
were.
first
Okay.
one was like November 1993 or something.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the school year, man, because I remember 1993, I was just in the 8th grade.
So maybe it was
Yeah.
the first one
Yeah.
that I watched on Thanksgiving with my
It
family.
started-
We're just like the
Yeah.
entire time.
But the fun thing about like those early UFCs, especially like after the first couple, is like they just started getting guys who were like just tough guys in bars to fight. And it was just like these guys had no like gas tanks, just huge dudes, and they would just get like if they had somebody that actually knew like what they were doing, like what the hell is I can't remember the guy. He was one of the first Brazilian dudes.
Chemo.
After Hoist Gracie. No, Chemo, I know Chemo.
No, I think that was later.
But he man, he just like kicked the hell out of Paul Varlin's legs and just won by like leg kick.
I
And
love when you win by like unorthodox shit like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Leg kicks or like a body punch.
Yeah.
Wing
But
cons.
it was just like such a wild and like there's literally a fight where dude literally punches the guy in the balls like 30 times. Like
Yeah, I remember that.
and just
That
wins
was
by,
so
like,
brutal.
ball punch.
Yeah, they're able to like pull hair, like
Pull
fucking
hair.
elbow.
Man,
from,
Yeah.
I wish they actually had
kick
something like
from the
that
ground.
where it was just like, you grab guys from bars and just like throw them into a fucking ring and just
They
fight.
were like
Like,
tough man competitions essentially.
do you
Fight
guys
Club.
do you guys remember? I think it must have been about 10, 15 years ago. There was a pay-per-view and it was Tyler might remember if he does. It was hockey fights. Like straight up guys that were just fucking hockey players, like whatever, no name dudes, and they just fucking go on the ice and just fight. It was literally a pay-per-view of guys fucking fighting on ice. It was crazy.
Were they
I
in
don't
like full
remember, but
pads
that
and
sounds
everything?
hilarious.
So they're wearing hockey equipment, but like, they come up with no helmets and just bare fists and stuff. So you want to hear something crazy? So that one and only pay-per-view that ever happened in my hometown. And it was super notorious. Look it up, man. It got so much buzz. Our fucking mayor here was so he was so unimpressed with the idea, but they still want to do it for the revenue. They actually changed the name of the venue, which was the SYN Center. They changed it to like something like Texas Dallas, but they changed it like
They didn't want associated with it.
They changed it to like something very American sounding. Which is kind of stupid because
Blame
hockey's
the
so fucking
Americans.
Canadian, right? He's just like, oh, fuck, we'll
Yeah,
just
but
push it on
we're
the
the-
Americans. Americans are so stupid. They'll fucking do
This
this.
is the Americans version
yeah.
of what hockey
And I'm not
That's what I
joking.
mean, though. We're the dumb ones that
that
don't
arena
bastardize it, though.
is a fucking 5 minute. It's 5 minutes down the road for me. But like, I actually went to this pay-per-view and it was batshit, dude. Guys just come out and it was just, that's all it was. It was no hockey. It was just guys coming out and just fighting on ice, man. It was fucking wild, man.
That's like some of the shit that's going on in Russia right now, where
yeah,
it's
it
like
was fucking
they're
crazy.
fighting in phone booths, or it's like three girls versus one man. It's like just so freak showy.
Did you say fighting in a phone booth?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how the hell does that work?
Literally, there's two guys in a phone booth that fight.
No, my biggest. I'm
Look
literally
it up,
wondering.
it's real.
No, I'm
I need
wondering.
to see this shit.
I'm wondering where they found an actual phone booth because
Well,
they've been
they
extinct
built
forever.
one. They built one.
They built one.
But yeah, like there's another one where they fight in the front seat of a car, like one in the passenger seat and like one in the driver's seat in seat belts, and then they go, and you could use like the
So it's
seatbelt
like it's
to,
like
choke 'em out.
location
Damn,
fighting.
that's like I Saw the Devil, like when the dude like fucking kills everybody in the taxi.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's
it's like the
awesome.
time,
What a
man.
badass scene.
I was at a club one time with my buddy Mark Kramer. I'm not shouting him out because I
Stop
hate.
shouting out people.
No, I know. I actually don't like him anymore. He's a fucking piece of shit. So if he is listening, fuck you, Mark.
Fuck you,
You're a fucking
Mark
piece of shit.
Kramer.
Fucking Mark.
So anyways,
Shit.
I hope some of my friends listen to this because they're gonna laugh at this story because this is fucking crazy. So we're at this bar one night, and it's buck a beer. It's buck a beer. It's every Monday and Wednesday was buck a beer. So it was $1 a beer. It was like $7 pitchers. Fucking insane. It was so much beer. Anyways, he goes in the bathroom.
That's like 70 cents US.
Yeah, well, this is back in the 90s, but I mean, we're talking like fucking big ass.
I
It was
know.
crazy. It was crazy amount of beer. But anyways, so he's like, I gotta need to go to the bathroom. So he goes to the bathroom and like fucking like 20 minutes passed. I'm like, where the fuck is Mark? And so fucking Buddy goes in. We send him Buddy. He's in the fucking bathroom in fetal position, all like fucked up and shit. We're like, what the fuck happened? He said he was taking a leak and some dude just came up behind him and fucking started working him. out of the blue.
Probably thought he was someone else.
Punched him in the
Yeah,
head and
probably.
kicked him in the nuts, everything. And he was so fucked up. And like, oh, it
Did
was
he
crazy.
rob him? Or you just kicked the
Admit
shit out of him?
piss.
Nope, he still had everything on him. He just got his ass beat up. He still had his wallet on him, everything.
Do you
It was a
remember
crazy
the
fucking story.
circumstances of the game? Like,
But
did the
it
guy get
was-
like mad at something that happened in the game?
Yeah. Oh, man, it was so weird though, dude, because like it probably was more than 20 minutes. I think he was in there for like ever. No one even found him. It was weird.
Yeah, I
But-
wouldn't go check on someone for 20 minutes. So, like, if it was like,
Well,
that
it was the
long,
type of
it's-
place where if someone was all beat up on the ground, people just like start pissing
Yeah.
in the urinals. They didn't give a fuck. Like this guy was
Yeah,
probably all
yeah.
cracked out or some shit, right? Like no one
not
gave
my
a fuck, right?
problem. Yeah.
No, it wasn't our problem, right? So, and like, dude, I'll never forget that, man. He was out of the fucking blue because he honestly was a piece of shit, but he didn't do anything that night. So, whatever.
Yeah.
The cool
Pretty
thing
rad.
about Virtuosity and like them using the UFC, there's a little cameo by Ken Shamrock in there as well. But
He's the only one I recognized in there.
he was the only real fighter.
Oh,
Makes sense.
that makes sense.
The others were like extras or actors. I
And by
guess.
the way,
Which
why
ones?
can't I shout out people, by the way? What is that, a fucking foreign thing? I can't shout out people?
Because nobody knows who they are.
Well, I mean, somebody
people
might be
shout
watching that
out,
knows
like-
me. I mean, I'm sure you
Um,
could shout out something. All of us know different people.
What if like Mark's wife is like,
Oh,
like a
you want to hear
listener.
something funny about that? Well, no.
so it's, hey,
Shout out to
Mark,
Mark's
dude,
wife.
derailing my
They said
point
you're an
here.
asshole. Would you?
Oh wow. I don't even want to get into that, but so
But
just the reason why we're not friends
Virtuosity,
anymore.
I like how their idea of like the sport of the future is the UFC, and then it actually
It
kind
is.
of became the sport of the future.
People
This
Like the
movie
UFC
is-
is huge right now. You know, it's the biggest.
This
it's-
movie
it's
is
massive.
like so ahead of its time in like random aspects. Like one is
Yeah.
like the UFC and combat sports being the future. You have AI, like artificial intelligence, like basically like being fed different like information to create like an AI like personality, like JP Chillwave. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Oh my God, JP
Come on,
Chillwave.
motherfuckers.
I
It's
still,
the
You
same-
guys are trying to ruin my life.
I
it's the
still don't
same-
even
same
understand how
thing.
that AI shit works, man.
Dude, it's
I don't
fucking
either.
scary, bro.
I don't
Dave's
even want to
creating
get
the next
involved.
Sid
Like, I
6.7
messaged
in JP's
JP
likeness.
I messaged it and it brought up Carly, and I'm like, this is fucking weird, bro.
It
Like,
doesn't
this
have
is
the
weird.
it doesn't have the ability to like discern who you are because it kept talking about me in third person to me. And I was like, that's me. That's who you're talking to, and it just like couldn't compute that.
Yeah, yeah. It's not perfect, but it's too freaky.
It's
I don't
eerily
like it.
close. Too
Yeah.
close for comfort.
It's like I feel like we're headed down like the Terminator.
That's what I
Like,
mean.
Man, I think
situation.
like
yeah.
you're gonna be replaced in 6 months type of scary.
I think with this, I think we should do a Brett Leonard director spotlight, man. Do some Dead Pit, Lawnmower Man from 1992, and then we'll do Feed.
Now you gotta do Hideaway too. That's a horror movie.
we already reviewed Feed, I think.
You guys did
Hideaway,
2005.
Do Hideaway that because
I think we actually reviewed.
But
Feed.
wasn't it just talked about on the year-end or the top 10 show? I mean,
No, I think somebody Patreoned it once.
fuck, I
I
don't
think we
remember.
did it as like a bonus review or something.
Interesting. Okay, I don't remember. That's probably where I was, gagging for 30 minutes.
Didn't eat for
Hmm.
2 weeks after that.
Is Hideaway? It's a horror film?
Hell yeah, it's a horror film.
I have never seen this.
I would
man.
say it's almost like a cyber version of like Body Parts or like the eye segment from Body Bags,
oh,
where you
bro.
basically inherit somebody else's shit.
What's the Dean Koontz book? Is it called Hideaway?
Holy shit, is that the Dean? It probably is the Dean Koontz book.
Yeah, dude. I just
Well, if
looked
you
and
went
saw
after
Dean Koontz.
Stephen-
Does he not
if
have
you
a
went
book called
after-
Hideaway?
Yeah, I think that is Dean Koontz.
Oh, fuck. That's
Stephen
crazy.
King was like, get my name off of that
I love
shit.
Dean
And he was
Koontz,
like,
man.
Let me try Dean Koontz then.
I never kept any of my
That's
Dean
funny
Koontz
as
books.
fuck. He's the next movie.
Yeah.
I would buy them and read them and then just get rid of them. I always kept my Stephen King novels, but I like Dean Koontz, though.
It is Dean Koontz. That is
Wow.
a Dean Koontz. So yeah, Hideaway, cool. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna
one
go
more
with
thing
Dean
I really
Koontz.
liked about this movie that was like very like telling of the future is the fact that Russell Crowe, like his main like need in this world is to be seen by the masses. So like basically what he's trying to do throughout this entire thing is to be like basically create like viral moments like
Hmm.
just like over and over and over. And I thought that was like super like ahead of its time too, and it's kind of fucked
Foreshadowing.
up 'cause-
Foreshadowing
right.
like a motherfucker, yeah.
Like this movie strangely is way more relevant now than it was back in 95. And they got so many
Yeah,
things right, which is crazy.
yeah. I remember because we just watched like Companion, and there was some other stuff we were talking about AI, maybe like I forget what it was, but I was like, damn, just AI is everywhere right now, and like
Yeah,
just watching this movie right along with that, I was like, wow, but it was 95 or
yeah. This
whatever,
movie's
like
30
kind of
years old.
crazy, pretty impressive.
Hmm.
It is impressive. Like what that's what's really cool about like the Brett Leonard himself is just that he's so just like forward thinking in almost everything that he did. But yeah, like the movie itself is just a really fun action movie. Like Denzel, I think this is actually his first like mainstream like cop movie.
No, he's a Ricochet.
I was just
I
gonna
mean
say
like
Ricochet with Ice-T.
Yeah,
but like
Ricochet.
cop action, you know what I mean? Like fucking like
You remember the?
bombastic, like explosions and like it reminds me of like Man on Fire, Deja Vu, fucking the Equalizer type
Which is
Denzel
all later,
movies.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ricochet is pretty young in his career, though. Like, that's pretty early.
he hid the
Yeah, I
gun in
feel like
his
that's
butt.
probably like
Denzel's like so
92-ish.
It's like
Denzel's like
90, it's like 99, like, yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
late 80s even maybe.
That one needs a fucking release, man, or a Blu-ray release,
Mhm.
man.
Ricochet kicks ass.
I'm
He goes through
I'm a
the
huge
fucking
fan of
ringer
Ice-T.
in that movie.
I just fucking love Ice-T,
Yeah,
man.
I just
He's
like
like one
love
of my
that first
idols, man.
shootout when he has like the fucking butt pouch in his underwear to hide a gun.
That movie's so
Right.
fucking
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff.
But yeah, movie's sweet. Like the climax takes place on a high-rise building where basically Russell Crowe tries to recreate the same situation that Denzel had to deal with by kidnapping the cop and her daughter. So all that happens. Obviously, if we're talking about a Hollywood movie, you have a good idea about how it's going to end. But yeah, I watched this movie a lot as a kid. Like I watched it probably like when it came to cable, maybe like 10 times that year. I was obsessed with this
Jesus
movie.
Christ.
I'm really
Yeah,
sad that there
that's
wasn't a video game or anything. But yeah, like I watched this movie constantly and then I didn't watch it again for like another probably 20 plus years and like completely forgot about it until this
you burnt
4K
yourself
came
out.
out. Because I never bought it on DVD. I never owned it on Blu-ray even. Like I don't even know if it even had a Blu-ray, but it was like forgotten about and just an obscure little movie that no one even talked about for so long.
I didn't even know about this movie until when they did the teaser for Black Friday and it was like a big budget like sci-fi movie and I was looking at the potential titles from for whatever company it was from. This was one of the things that came up. I was like, it's probably this. If it's not Congo, it's probably this movie.
I'm so glad they're like, fuck it, we'll just put Virtuosity out with the next fucking sale. Like
Yeah.
2 months later. So I think like what the last episode I did Congo, right? So this is two VSUs in a row.
Yeah, Congo would have been the November release, and then there weren't any December titles, so yeah.
Okay. Well, in terms of special features on this, you have democratizing virtual reality, which is probably like a 20-minute interview with the director. And basically, he talks about how he was trying to do something different. He talked about how he was like really letting Denzel and Russell Crowe really like do their thing, and he didn't want to step on their toes just because they're just amazing actors. And pretty much everybody in the special features just really talked about how awesome Russell Crowe was, and they just loved everything he was doing. He also said that this is the first like mainstream action movie that had an electronica soundtrack, which I found really interesting. And I didn't even think to like do any more like
Yeah.
deep diving on that.
That one caught me
But
off
yeah,
guard
like
right there. Like electronic. Oh, wow. Hmm.
Oh yeah, like it is like a straight up electronica soundtrack. The soundtrack to this movie is fucking weird.
I mean, I haven't seen it pretty much as it came out, so I have no idea. I don't remember one thing. I'd have to hear it.
And then the last thing I'll say about this interview is that after he's not a filmmaker anymore, now what he does is really interesting. He specializes in virtual reality therapy, which is something I didn't even know really existed. But of course, like
This
this
guy
guy's
really
into
likes
that goofy
virtual
shit.
reality.
Right. He's like a
Yeah.
fucking nerd. Basically, everybody involved with this movie is just a straight up nerd.
The fuck is it called Virtuosity or is that the name of the?
I don't remember what it was. It was something stupid and generic like virtual therapy, logistics, crap. It was
Oh
probably nothing
Jesus!
like cool stuff like that. It's just like a very, it just seems like, I don't know, like very professional, like it's a real thing.
Right,
But
right.
yeah, he says that it's very successful and people love it, which is
Wow.
really weird. It's like, how would you even like build a situation around somebody's like therapeutic needs? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No idea.
All right, so then after that, we have Ahead of Its Time, which is an interview with the producer on the development of Virtuosity. And there wasn't really much talk about the actual development of the movie. He spent a lot of time talking about like a career retrospective of like him getting into the business as like a young man and like moving on after Virtuosity. He talked about a lot of the stuff he did. And he said the movie was a moderate success, so it made money, but it wasn't like a fucking like blockbuster like they wanted it to be. And after that, we have Virtual Reunion, which is basically a Zoom call with like the director and a couple of the visual artists where they talked about like the visual art that they put on like TV screens in the movie. And it was by far the nerdiest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like I felt like I was in like a Microsoft Teams meeting at like a workplace like orientation where I just had to listen to like four people just tell me like stupid little like interesting tidbits about their lives that I don't even care about.
Yeah.
It's like it's the longest feature on this entire disc. It's like 30 minutes and it lasted 10 minutes. But one thing I did found interesting about it is that they built all these weird little video screens in pre-production. So they actually like interacted with the actual screens during production instead of adding it in post. And apparently that's like a super rare thing. Because usually like for visual effects, you're gonna create that shit afterwards and just deal with it then.
Mhm.
So I thought that was really interesting. But besides that, I just almost killed myself trying to get through that thing. And then we have God Complex, which is an interview with the screenwriter Eric Burnt. That's right, Burnt.
Scared burnt.
Um, this guy, he said that his first movie was Surviving the Game with Ice-T and Gary Busey, which is an absolute fucking
One of my
classic.
absolute favorites.
Classic, man. Again with the iced tea.
Yeah, he broke out with Surviving the Game, then immediately sold Virtuosity. So he just like was just a flash in a pan. And then
Yeah.
he said that SID in the movie actually stands for sadistic, intelligent, dangerous, which they never actually mentioned in the movie, which I thought was really stupid. Like, I like the sadistic, intelligent part, but dangerous? Call him like deviant or like something like that. And then we have Character First, which is a featurette on like assembling the cast of Virtuosity, which is probably, in my opinion, the most interesting like special feature on this disc. Because how often do you get interviews with like casting directors about how they're like assembling like everybody? It's like them talking about like building the Avengers.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
And she was just talking to him about like Russell Crowe and how they watch Romper Stomper and how they just knew they had to get him and shit. And Denzel Washington was basically hired as more of like an obligation thing. And when they like had him in, they like basically wrote a bigger part for him because it originally wasn't supposed to be that big.
What
So I
do you
thought
mean
that
by
was interesting.
obligation? What do you mean by obligation? Was he just signed in through the studio or something like that? He had to make so many films.
Probably.
I think it was something like that, like a contractual thing, or just like
Hmm.
he was signed on to do this movie, and then they just like wrote a bigger part for him because
Yeah.
they had him like officially on board. And then after that, once they said that they got Denzel on board, that's when like more people started getting hired, like William Forsythe and
Yeah.
Louise Fletcher and all those people. And then they got bigger budgets because Denzel's on the fucking ride now.
Right.
Oh
Right.
yeah, Louise Fletcher was like the whatever. She was supposed to be the president or the CIA director. She's in right at the beginning, right?
Yes. She's like the leader of like the whole
Yeah.
operation.
She's the
Right.
evil government bitch.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't get to the commentaries obviously because I'm not a commentary guy. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. There's also a book with some essays which I didn't read. I'm sure they're wonderful and great packaging. You got the reverse art on the 4K, which is very generic and of the time. But yeah,
Yeah.
Virtuosity, I
That's actually pretty bad artwork, to be honest.
yeah, it's really fucking bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
Of course, it's like floating head Denzel and just some
Yeah.
colorful lights and bullshit.
Fucking 90s and the floating heads, man. I'm telling you.
hmm Yeah, it wasn't Screen that started it, but they were like one of the first
That
ones.
was just the 90s. You had to know who was in the movie.
Ugh.
Yeah, Virtuosity is fun. I give it an 8 out of 10. Like it's just nostalgia and it's really ahead of its time. It's just a really interesting movie to watch. Russell Crowe is just a blast in it and he's just so funny as like a bad guy. He's so charismatic. He's got so many good one-liners.
Hmm.
It's just a really good time. And of course Denzel is his typical like I gotta get justice for myself and my family, like super fucking serious and in like a completely non-serious movie.
So JP, after taking you what, three, four, five times to watch it, what do you rate it?
What the hell did I give it? Let me look because I can't remember. I want to say probably a 7, but
Wow.
let's see,
Because
Virtuosity.
Tony came in at an 8.
Like
I watched it so long
but it's not
ago.
special. Like it's just
I gave it
very
a
of the
six and a
time.
half.
It's just a 90s action movie with like a little bit of extra
Right.
like stuff
Right,
to chew
which
on.
in general isn't really my thing. You know what I mean? So it's
hmm
not really what I gravitate to. But after actually sitting down and watching it, I did appreciate like the AI aspects and it was pretty fun.
The 4K looks good too. Not nearly
Hmm.
as good as Congo does, but it looks good. Congo looks amazing. I still can't believe how fucking good that
Yeah,
4K looks.
that's ridiculous, man. It looked
Hmm.
ridiculously good. I agree. All right, Tyler.
All right. We got a double feature tonight for the Seventh Curse and Witch from Nepal. Two Hong Kong, well, I want to say two Hong Kong classics, but one with a little side piece. I was really excited to get this one because I picked Laugh, and I there's no world I thought this was falling all the way down to me. So I was really happy to get this. I never heard of Witch from Nepal. But I've known about the Seven Pillars for a long time. So this was easy pickup for me. Movie I want to see for a long time. It's got Chow Yun Fat in it. It's got my girl Maggie Chung in it, who's like one of my lifelong crushes. Uh, I've seen a ton of movies she's in, from everything from Hong Kong action movies to American films, French films, and dramas and
What
such.
made you
But
fall in love with her?
she's just like, oh, she's just that upper tier of like beautiful women for me. And like she gets better, she gets like more attractive, like the longer, like from the 80s all the way through like the 2000s. And yeah, she's in just and she, I think what hurts helps too is she just happens to, she did a lot of work with one of my favorite directors, Wong Kar-wai, who so she just happens to be in a lot of these movies that I like a lot. So including like one of like a top five favorite movie of all time. So yeah, I was pretty hyped to see her in an early career movie like this. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen her in something like this, but it's just always cool to see those people pull up like that. So yeah, Seven Curse fucking rocks. It's kind of just it's your it's like the buffet of Hong Kong cinema. There's like everything in this movie. There's absolutely everything in this movie. There's ninjas, there's cults, there's a jungle adventure, there's resurrections, there's monsters, there's undead skeletons, there's a ton of gore. There's straight up splatter effects. It's sleazy. It's got like plenty of naked chicks and a shit ton of fighting. Well, like guns. It's got literally everything just like slapped into this movie somehow. Uh, you wouldn't think it would come together like that, but really the story's a little bit is pretty simple once you actually kind of like see through the trees of it. But in typical Hong Kong fashion, we start with a hostage situation, just wake the audience up. Uh, you get this like big police shootout right at the beginning, which is pretty sick. Uh, it goes way over the top. It's like they were shooting the shootout to hard boil, and like right after they were done with this, so they had to get out of there quickly. But it's just really to introduce you to our characters. We have this doctor character. We have our main character. I think his name was it Yoon or something? I've written down. So our doctor character Wisely, we got our boy Yuan. I don't know how to say that, but and we have Maggie Chun playing a reporter who impersonates a cop to try to get close. So she's doing anything to get the scoop on this, and she like follows follows our boy home. Uh, it's pretty fast moving, and it's like super violent. Yeah, our boy goes home and it gets right into the sleaze of this movie where he just has a naked chick there waiting for us, complete with its own little like sleazy saxophone score. Like the second he gets home,
And oddly enough, goes straight into English because she's a white girl.
it's so sick.
That is
It's so-
yeah, it's like the most random thing in the world.
I know,
The
it is.
movie's
It's so random.
Like
And you don't
like
see her for the rest of the movie.
yeah. Then immediately another fight scene, like in his apartment. Everybody in this movie knows kung fu somehow. So there's just a ton of random like fight scenes out of nowhere. Like it'll be something completely unrelated, and boom, like a bunch of fucking ninjas show up. Uh, you get fight
The
scene
fight
after
scenes are
fight
good.
scene. So after this fight scene, uh, our boy tells say you can't fuck your girlfriend because you're gonna awaken this curse if you do it, and warns them. But I guess he didn't get the message because then he doesn't, and he starts like his body starts like convulsing, and he starts getting like all these nasty effects with his legs. By the way, all the effects in this movie are practical, and they all look great. It reminded me a lot of the Boxer's Omen in that aspect, where you just have like these random scenes of like gross shit and like splatter effects, and it all just looks like good. It all just looks great, and there's no way to predict like what's going to happen in this movie. And after that, we get this guy has this flashback from and remembers a year ago he was in Thailand and ends up in this weird like shaman like jungle cult in the middle of the ritual. And he contracts the curse by ingesting maggots that they force him to eat.
No, it's bullets.
It's bullets?
Yeah.
I thought he ate maggots.
No, it's bullets.
Yeah, definitely
Oh.
bullets.
He
One
pulls the
retarded.
bullets out of the victims there and feeds them. Seven
Oh.
bullets.
What I
Because
think
that's
they were
like what's
maggots.
like exploding out of his veins. It's like gunshots.
No, because
That makes
you're remembering the dude that they kill with the worm maggots or whatever. And he's like,
Oh.
I got a different thing for you.
Yeah, but yeah, he eats though, and then but he escapes, and then this woman offers him some flesh to ingest, for saving him, and that delays the curse a year. And now we're a year in the future where he's just like, oh shit, this happened. So basically, and nosy reporter Maggie Chun's been snooping around trying to get a piece of this action, and she's like, "Well, I'm his cousin. Let's all go to Thailand and find a curse and find a cure for this." And that's kind of and that's like halfway through the movie. So it's like a big bundle of like a mess until they get halfway through, and they go in the jungle for their adventure, and it kind of plays out like your typical Hong Kong movie. It's really a lot like a Shaw Brothers film. I even like when I was watching this, I'm like, is this a Shaw Brothers movie? Because it felt a lot like it. You like even the way like the sets are and like the lighting, the fights. It felt very much like a Shaw Brothers movie, but it's not. It's Golden Harvest.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you're into like the Shaw type of horror, like there's no way like you just wouldn't like this. There's also they have this weird like worm like god thing that they use in the rituals that pops up and it attacks stuff later on.
Dude, I call it the Asian Elmer.
That's what I was gonna say. Dude,
oh my god, it looks exactly like Elmer.
It does, but I'm watching this and I'm like, it's like the Asian Elmer.
I was dying. Like this is like fucking Elmer.
It's so fucking funny, dude.
But yeah, there's this little worm Elmer thing.
I was thinking the ventriloquist puppet from the Tales from the Crypt 2 episode.
Right.
Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah.
That's a good one too.
Yeah. But that made me laugh because I thought the same thing. This is fucking Elmer. He had like the same face. But yeah, it's a pretty, like I said, it's a pretty simple story. Like there's some fighting. There's then they explain this curse, and then he says, "Oh shit, I got it in Thailand a year ago." And they go to Thailand to try to find a cure. And as they're in there, you learn more about the curse, and you learn that this is what was it? I wrote a note of it. Why it's called the seventh curse.
Well, at least he gives them 7 bullets, and
it was the 7 curses. The seventh curse is the last curse that kills him.
That's what it is.
You know what's actually really crazy? The reason why he was in, was it Thailand or whatever?
It was Thailand.
So the reason why he's actually there, because he's a doctor, right? So he's actually there to find a herbal cure for AIDS. And I thought that was really intriguing because this movie is 1986, like really, really early into the AIDS, knowledge or whatever, right? So that's kind of fucking progressive. I was like, holy shit, man, that's pretty wild.
We take care of each other in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot like a Shaw Brothers movie, and that's something I learned a little bit more as I went into the special features. If you're familiar with this director, he's probably best known for Ricky O. But he also did a movie called The Cat from 1992 that everyone will hopefully see if they haven't seen. That's like
I got a bootleg of it.
Yeah, that's fucking so awesome.
Good. The cat versus dog is like probably one of the greatest scenes ever created in fucking cinematic history.
I heard it's bad shit, dude.
I was like in awe watching this.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So if you've seen those movies, you kind of get the idea of his type of style. This actually, to me, feels like
The Cat's a 92 movie too, Moodz.
Yeah. No, I have a bootleg of it. No, I have it sitting on my poker table right now to watch.
But this is like this to me felt like the most expansive and like biggest movie of the ones I've seen by him. There just seemed to be like way more choreography. Where obviously there's fight choreography in Ricky O and both and the Cat, but it's a lot more confined. This movie, even though it probably was just shot on sound stages, it makes it appear a lot bigger, and the story's like a little bit grander, I'd say. The
caves are definitely on a stage.
Oh, 100%. But man, the effects on those things are so good.
It looks so amazing.
This guy actually started all like doing special effects at Shaw Brothers, and then moved to camera operator, and then to director of photography, and then eventually to director. So, and then he went and moved, and then he went to Golden Sun or Golden Harvest, and that's why this feels like a Shaw Brothers movie, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like this movie a lot. It was, obviously the selling point of this pack. And I almost wish that they would have just made, even if they wanted to like release this on the same disc as like a selling point, I almost wish they just released like this as like the seventh curse and made the Wish from the Ball like a special feature.
Like a bonus feature.
Yeah, like if the bonus feature was like also Wish from the Ball.
You know
And they
what's
could have sold it
interesting?
at the same price.
Like how 88 did it, because I actually own the seventh curse on the 88 Blu-ray release, and then this came out. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
So that's a solo release.
I got
But
that
I
too.
get what you're
The
saying.
88 release is so good.
It is, man.
Yeah.
And I get what you're saying with Witch Nepal, which we'll get to in a minute, but
Yeah, 'cause it's got cool artwork. It's got cool artwork. It's got mostly artwork from the Seventh Curse, except for this one at the back.
Yeah.
Even if they just had another cool thing from the back over here, I would have or not have this guy right here from Witch from the Ball.
You guys find it
would have preferred
interesting that you find it interesting that VES never like puts the original like Hong Kong arts on their shit?
yeah, it's annoying
Wish they
because
did.
that's what I
88
love
does.
about. I love how 88 always
Yeah.
does that because that's what I love about the Jackie Chan releases. They're all the original artworks and stuff. I love that shit because I love
Yeah.
Hong Kong artwork. Is so fucking awesome. This is kind of like it really annoys me. It actually
It's
annoys
cool.
me.
It's like
because-
Scream. It's like Scream Factory Plus.
yeah, like honestly, this is not one of my favorite releases in terms of like, I
I
would
just wish they would have just kept the artwork all about the Seventh Curse and just had the Wish from the Ball as a bonus feature because
Right.
I just prefer the cool stuff you could have gotten.
Well,
out
the
of
thing that
this.
really annoys me about this cover art though is, do you notice one thing about this?
You notice Wish from the Ball first. It's right it's in the forefront.
Because you
Yeah,
have Chow Yun
Chow
Fat
Yun
here,
Fat.
who is
Yeah.
he's the minor character in the Seventh Curse. He's more or less the leader
He's the
in this
main
one.
character.
But so this could have been dubbed as like a Chow Yun Fat double feature,
Yeah.
which they didn't
That's
do.
basically what it's
Yeah.
being sold
This
as.
is like, I just
Exactly,
really- yeah.
exactly, because Americans know him from, when he did American stuff. I'm like, well, what the fuck, man? The better film here by fucking far is The Seventh
Yeah,
Curse, and he's not
like-
the star of it.
I would have
Yeah,
like just I imagine this like real estate in the background, just where they could have shown like the jungle or like the shaman, like that
Right.
whole element of the
Right.
film, like had Maggie on the back. Because like,
There's
that's
so
another
many
person people
cool
know.
different aspects of this movie
Yeah.
to create art from. Like, I agree with you guys. It's such a lackluster presentation for an
It is.
awesome
It just
movie.
when I
It-
Like,
it
it's
really
it's
pissed
such
me
an
off.
amazing movie that deserves so much better.
yeah,
I'm
when I
honestly
first-
so glad I own the 88 release of this, because now I have I have the Seventh Curse on a solo release, and it's pretty awesome.
It's like
So-
when you pick this up like as a double feature, I think there's kind of almost an expectation that like these movies are like fun to watch as a double feature. They're not just two random movies put together. Obviously, there's the Chow Yun Fat and the Hong Kong connection.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't really go that well as a double feature because I watched Wish from the Paul like right afterwards, and so I guess I'll get into Wish from the Paul.
Hey, before we move on, I assume you guys watched like the original language track, right?
Yeah,
Oh, of
I haven't
course,
seen
of
it
course.
before, so I made sure.
No, I always
So-
do. Like movies like this, I will never not watch in the original.
This
So-
time I watched the English track. It was fucking hilarious.
Oh, really?
Like the voice of the warlock, he almost sounded like Gilbert Gottfried. It was like
I
the
was
fucking
concerned,
funniest thing in the
yeah.
world. Yeah, I highly recommend the English
I was
version.
concerned it was going to be a different cut. If I knew it was just English, I would have just.
Dude,
It is a different cut. I think it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
a few
That's
minutes
okay.
shorter.
So that's why I definitely wanted to watch the Hong Kong one.
Yeah,
That's-
definitely watch the English one second.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to say, man, the god in this film literally looks like One-Eyed Willie without the eye patch.
Dude, like everything in this movie looks
Until
good. 'Cause, like,
it-
a lot of the time, the monsters look ridiculous. Like they look good in this.
No, it's like I love the effects, but it reminds me of like One-Eye Willie without the eye patch. And then when it transforms, it's like a fucking werewolf mixed with like a xenomorph. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the
It's-
fuck? It's
Yeah.
so batshit, dude. It's so crazy. But like this movie, like
They're shot so well.
after
The
rewatching
lighting
the
is so
movie,
good.
it is really, really good. I mean, it's so fucking Hong Kong. Like, it's so well made. But watching this movie, it's hilarious. It's totally an Indiana Jones ripoff. 100%. This doctor is like a like Indiana Jones is a fucking doctor. He's an archaeologist. This guy's a doctor who likes to collect archaeology things. He's a fucking hero. You know, it's
He's a
like
womanizer.
womanizer. Oh my god, dude. It's the Hong Kong version of like Indiana
Chicks love
Jones,
him, guys
but like
wanna be
sleazy
him.
though. It's like sleazy and gory and ridiculous. It's fucking awesome. You like Indiana Jones. Seven Curses for you, man. If you like that shit. Amazing. But I can't get over the transformation because the transformation scene just like the way it was shot reminded me of an American Werewolf in London. Like the way the hands come out and everything. He was doing all that type of shit and stuff. And then when the face is shown, I was like, oh my god, it's totally alien. It's xenomorph. Like, what the fuck is going on? Dude, this shit kills me. I love the Seventh Curse. It's awesome. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, this is like staple viewing if you like horror movies.
Sounds
like,
pretty
like,
interesting.
Dude,
it
super
is.
staple.
You didn't
Legit,
watch
one of the
it?
best horror movies of '86.
I have a defective disc. I got a replacement, but I didn't.
Oh, that's a
it's
bummer.
at the
What do you mean your
box.
disc is defective? Like you
What
got one.
happened?
It literally plays for like 8 minutes and then it like freezes.
Oh, really? Well, that sucks,
Yeah.
dude.
That sucks. Yeah.
They replaced it
Damn.
really quickly though.
Oh man, it's good. It's so good.
Did you watch Wish from Nepal?
I did not.
Okay.
But at least you got to watch the 8 minutes of the most ridiculous opening scene of like this weird ass heist scene.
Yeah, I
that's
love
going
that
on.
about these movies that they just like completely just like start with,
Honestly,
some
It does.
sort of
It doesn't even
insane,
make
like,
any. The only thing the opening like 10 minutes does is showcase our lead character as a fucking hero, which it's so funny to me. It's like they
Yeah,
have this
fucking
huge
blast the guy
elaborate
out the window.
thing. It goes into this backstory that goes on for like 30 minutes. It's like 40 minutes of the film, and then it starts. It's like, oh my god, it's amazing.
I haven't had a defective disc like that's not like a widespread issue in a long time. The last one I had was Halloween 4 4K
I don't know if I've ever had
from
that.
Scream Factory.
My Halloween
Last
4 is still
one-
fucked up. I never got my. Remember, I told the story. They never actually sent me.
Oh
the
yeah,
disc.
that wasn't
Vinegar
really
Syndrome?
defective. That was just a missing title.
Yeah.
Mustafa Kod's name was not in the opening credits. For
No.
some
I have
reason.
like a freeze moment and
Oh, you're talking about okay, yeah. There was a lot of Scream Factory errors back
yeah,
then.
yeah, and they never sent me the disc, so I still have it. It's crazy.
the last
And-
one I had was a Mondo Macabro movie, the Fox with the Velvet Tail.
You know what? I did
My
have-
Blu-ray, it had a bubble on it.
Oh,
I had
I never got my
Manufacturer-
replacement for the
manufacturer.
Coffin
Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah,
the
I
Coffin
had.
Joe defective thing that happened.
It happened to me
Yeah.
exactly once. It was the first time I ever bought from Code Red. Was Dead Before Dawn or some shit. That came. It just didn't work at all. And I remember like I had to email someone and they were like, "What's wrong with that?"
Trying to
Joe's
get a
like, "Fuck you,
replacement
Kick
from
Rocks."
Code Red, like back then.
Yeah, it
fucking-
actually wasn't that bad, but I knew they had a bad reputation. I was like, "Oh Jesus."
well, it wasn't Dead People from Dawn because they didn't release that, but it was obviously something else. But dealing with Bill back in those days,
It's the slasher that people say is boring. Sometimes it has like 2 cuts, and I watched like the longer cut. and I
Just
was so
Before
bored.
Dawn.
Just Before Dawn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I watched the
Watch
longer
it
cut, and I
theatrical.
was
Watch
like,
it theatrical. Yeah,
but yeah.
yeah.
They
I actually have
weren't
that
that
signed.
bad. They sent me back. They sent me like a return. Like they sent me a new one with with a return envelope for the old one, so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right,
But-
what's your witch from Nepal?
So which from Nepal? So I mean,
Honestly,
like I was
JP, you
saying-
should start with that. Don't start with
Yeah.
Seventh Curse.
Okay.
I
What do you give
I'm
the
trying-
Seventh Curse? What do you rate it?
give Seven Curse an 8 out of 10. Seven Curse is great.
Oh, I give it a 9. It's fucking phenomenal. Dude,
I also give it a 9.
the whole third act is so batshit to me. Like, I mean, that whole shit where they're digging out the eyes and the whatever the fuck you want to call it, like the
Yeah, on the
range-
fucking statue.
the big statue and shit, and like he's like swallow
so
it. I'm like,
awesome.
what the fuck? I'm like, it's so
the
batshit, dude. It's
practicals for all that
insane.
stuff. Cool. Then like Elmer starts acting crazy and fighting shit. I love it.
But the
The ending
effects
is so
throughout the
fucked
film,
up.
when the bullets are shooting out of him, like that's the curse. Are you kidding me? This movie's insane. It's the most
Yeah.
Asian thing. Oh, I love it. It's so good.
Yeah, it's you kind of have to view it as a double feature, and just as a double feature, it's not it. Which from Seven Curses is like so high energy and high action, and Wish from the Paul is like the actual opposite. It starts off as kind of it really is a
Yeah,
romance
they fucked up with
movie.
this one. They fucked up with this double
It starts out
relationship.
kind of goofy, where this dude is on vacation. What was his name? So I don't just keep calling him this dude.
Chow. Call him
Chow.
Chow.
Chow. We'll just call him Chow. Chow's
Let's
on
call him Chow.
vacation. His girl with his girl, and he gets into an elephant accident where he hurts his leg. And it's the most ridiculous shit. He's like literally sitting on an elephant, like walking a mile an hour, like oh. Then
The
somehow
fact that you said he got into an elephant accident is like the funniest shit right now. I'm high as fuck. And that's like
crashes into this tree branch, like sticking out like it's a cartoon, as if no one could have seen this coming, and they just put him on this path anyway. And he falls off the elephant. He falls like on his back, like clearly on his back, but somehow he like severely hurts his leg, and he has to go to the hospital, where they're like literally talking about like amputating his leg. And it was like nowhere near. You see the fall, like it wasn't anything like him landing on his leg or anything. It was like he literally lands on his back, and they're like, "What the F? Do? Cut this guy off."
it's like a fucking hostile hospital.
Then this nurse is like, "I can heal you with my magical nurse powers," and they have the scene. He's like, "You're crazy," and they have this little scene where he falls out his hospital window, and then she floats out through the air and saves him. He's like, "Wow, you really are this magical nurse." And then she gives him this story. It's like, "I'll give you my special witch powers, but you have to go to this you have to go defend this tribe. I forgot where it was, but some other like northern Asian country. You have to go there and defend this tribe." And basically the movie from there, it's so slow. It's like this woman, this like witch, like ghost woman, like seducing this guy for like 40 minutes to go to this to go protect this tribe from this monster or this demon that's haunting this tribe in this like northern country. It's kind of very uneventful. You're sitting there it's like shot well, and it sounds good and kind of has a vibe to it, but you're waiting for the movie to pop off, and it just never does. And it's just like it's really that simple, and that plot that's like this guy like gets hurt, this witch shows up, so gives him these healing bars, and this is your destiny. And they like bond and like she seduces him throughout the movie to go and do this, but it's not even like the sleazy like sexy naked chick shit that you got.
Dude, it's a fucking goddamn shitty ass love story that
It's
sucks.
just like it doesn't.
That's a romance movie.
Literally, and like he went there like on vacation with his girlfriend. He's like, "Oh fuck that girl, I got this chick now. I got this."
Yeah,
witch
he
from
like
Nepal
literally
now."
just falls in love with a witch.
And then just them like farting, them putzing around the movie for like 50-60% of the runtime. And then they finally go to Nepal, or where it was Nepal, obviously it's Nepal. What am I saying, northern country? But yeah, they go to Nepal, where he goes to like at the this isn't even until like the final act of the movie, and it just ends how you'd expect it to. But it also has like when the fighting in the Seventh Curse is like that. Obviously, it's exaggerated, but it's like that on the ground, just like classic like Shaw Brothers, like martial arts, like beating the shit of each other choreography. Where this is kind of like that sort of like new age, almost like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type shit, where people are like floating in the air and like fighting each other midair, which I really
Wire
don't care
work.
for. Yeah, I just don't really like that. I much prefer that high energy, classic Shaw Brothers type of fighting. So you don't even get that in this movie. These movies are just like really opposite. Maybe Witch from Nepal would have been better, and like Hong Kong, Made in Hong Kong Volume 2 or something. But yeah,
Yes.
but
Seventh Curse deserves a star treatment.
that's you're just like setting up the people to not like Wish from Nepal, putting it in a set like this, and you're also like it makes this product worse, because this is supposed to be, so it's advertised as some cool double feature, and it's two movies that are just that are not going to flow well together. That's why, like, maybe if you wanted to just like add it as a bonus feature and charge the same money and just make it more about the seventh curse, it would have been better.
Why does that even matter though?
Because you're taking up real estate on this thing for a movie
It's about
that
respect, JP.
No, I agree. This is a bad double feature. Horrible.
It's about
only
respect.
thing- the only
it's
thing
about,
that
it's
connects-
about
feature, but, like,
integrity.
Whether
The only
it's
thing that
stated
connects-
as a bonus or it's marketed
because
as
if you do
two
it as
films, it
a
doesn't
if you
matter.
do it,
It's
I
not a
honestly
bonus
don't
feature though.
mind because
It's
I
a
have
double
88.
feature.
if you do it as a bonus feature,
This
then
is a
you don't
double
have to-
feature. This is
you
not a
don't have
bonus.
to put it on the artwork. You know what I mean?
So
Like, you
your
don't have-
complaint is with the artwork then?
not necessarily
That's
just
my
that.
complaint. I want the original art. God damn it!
Yeah, I
But
think the
they're
marketing
like-
on
The
it's
artwork in a
They're
vacuum
jipping
is
us on
fine,
the Hong Kong
but
art on all the Hong Kong releases.
instead of having just like a
Don't
nice
give me a
seventh,
fuck
cur-
about
instead of
Hong Kong
having a
art.
nice seventh curse release, like you're piggybacking a movie no one would buy. No, that's not going to sell well as a single movie.
yeah. I mean, Vinegar Syndrome has done this before. It's not a big deal.
I
But like,
just
put it
don't care.
well because you probably don't care about the seventh curse either. So
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know if I care about
exactly my point. Point proved.
Wait.
We care about
None
the
of you
seventh
guys
curse.
watched it for 86. Was
Probably
it not out
not.
like and available?
No, it didn't. It didn't.
You guys
At the time we did 86, it didn't really have anything that we could.
Yeah, that's one
Dang.
thing that I've noticed about like any of our old like top tens.
There was Hong
Like,
Kong
basically,
DVD releases.
there
and
was
shit,
a lot.
but
Anything like real foreign was like not out back then.
no, Seventh
Yeah,
Curse
that's
had a
crazy.
DVD release, like a Hong Kong release, but it
That's
just
a
wasn't
legit
online
top
at the
10
time.
contender.
It wasn't a.
Yeah.
It wasn't a online thing at the time. So when we did it,
Yeah.
so
but it just takes away, I think, from the overall release when
The Seventh Curse is a
it might have.
classic.
It might have only had a fucking. Maybe it just had the. There was no no subtitles. I don't know. I can't remember.
yeah, which from Nepal just I think would have been suited somewhere else. Whether you want it to be like I don't know, it doesn't. You
No,
could- I
how
guess
about
you could
just
put it
this
out.
without this and just
That's what I'm saying.
Special-
Like if you
special
made it,
feature.
it's a special feature. If you want to put it by itself in a less premium release, sure, or maybe
But it
You
sells
said
better.
Made in Hong Kong Volume 2. That's
where I
perfect.
think that's where it would be good. I'd
That is
probably be happy
perfect.
getting that movie in Hong Kong Volume 2.
Yes.
But it sells better though, man. Like 2 films on one release, is people are like, oh
Yeah,
shit, man, I get the
true.
Seventh Curse and the Witch from Nepal. Like
I get what they're doing. It's just not a good
Yeah.
pairing.
it's
And,
it's the Chow Yun
I think-
Fat thing. That's why they did it.
but yeah, it's not a whole lot to say. Wish Nepal it really doesn't have much plot either. There's not like an extensive action. You get some action at the end. That's cool.
No,
but
it sucks.
it's very plain. It's very dull.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's probably not the worst one. I think I'm being maybe a little bit harder on it because you're watching it behind the seventh curse. It's not like it cooled down. I might like it a little bit more individually because I don't think it's like an awful movie. This is not the place for it. But overall, if I'm discounting just the idea of my criticism of Witch from Nepal in the first place, the art still does look good. It's still got the nice presentation. A little disappointed on the special features, or probably more moderately disappointed even. All there is really one special feature. There's it's a video essay on the director of The Seventh Curse, and that's really it. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name. And it's not really anything special. It's some of the other video essays I've seen. They're more interactive. They got other people talking it had to do with the movie, but literally all they do is take some clips from his movies and just give you it sounds like it's coming from like a Microsoft like narrator too, where there's no like human inflection in
Monotone.
the voice. Yeah, it's just in monotone.
I feel like most video essays are like that, and usually it's just one person.
I've seen some different ones from VS between other labels where it's not like this, but this one in particular felt like especially like monotone, and all it was just, oh, he started at this. That's the only thing I really got was my Shaw Brothers suspicion confirmed, where I found out he started at Shaw.
I don't
Brothers.
understand because I had this conversation with Parker too, how like a lot of academic type of special features or like video essays always have this like monotone, like basic, like explanation voice, and I just don't think that it's as good as being a little more animated, even if it's supposed to be
that's what I
for some
mean.
reason, like academic and monotone seem that they go good together, but I don't know.
It sounded like someone exclusively reading off a script that like didn't like they didn't even know what they were saying. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? They
they're
just
reading the
read.
words instead of saying the words.
Yeah, they're just reading the words off the script, or they literally just put it through like a Microsoft narrator. But you kind of get the picture of it once you get a few minutes in. Then they just go like, "Oh, well, he made this movie, and then he made this movie." You just see like little clips, and it's not that interesting. I've seen it done better before. It made me wonder, bringing back to the ETR media, where they kind of special in doing YouTube documentaries.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder, like, why that maybe in the future people will take little YouTube documentaries and use those as special features.
Yeah.
Just for example, like one of like Dave's videos that he does on like the year that he does research for is like
Mhm.
better than what we if you literally just took his like video and put it on here like for an appropriate movie, it's literally better than what like this special feature was.
Right.
You know, it probably would be less money to license it too. Well, maybe not.
Probably.
Well, maybe not because he's pleasing. It's probably still works under fair use. So, well, assuming like there aren't like legality reasons why it would not fly. It's something like that was like literally better than the one feature, and that was the only feature. There's a couple of commentaries, I think, and that was it. But yeah, just that one feature, which is a bit
See,
disappointing for a movie of this caliber.
just just another little thing on a lackluster release, you know what I mean? Just
Yeah,
a historian fucking visual essay or whatever the fuck. Is that what it
yeah.
was?
Yeah, and it wasn't even like it never showed someone talking. It never showed like there was no one involved on the video essay that worked with him or any of his movies. Like there was some similar stuff. Like there was a similar feature to this on the Quartz Mania release, but they gave you much more interesting things about him, and there were some other people that they incorporated into the video essay than just one person narrating about his career. So this was like even a step down from something like that. And I know the movie's a 30-year-old foreign film, but it's just a bummer that you couldn't get a little bit more. I was not even like they got lucky on the Quartz Mania where the director's kid like grew up like running around on his dad's sets and was in the industry and was around to talk about that. So that was like a cool
Hmm.
interview to throw in there. But it's just a bummer there was nothing even like remotely close to like that in here.
Yeah. Corpse Mania, that was a pretty good release.
Yeah.
Yeah, better
But
than Witch from Nepal, that's for sure.
yeah, it was from Nepal. I'm gonna give it a little bit of credit because I think I'm being hard on because watching it back to back. But either way, I just think it's just an average movie and maybe not a bad movie. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I liked it too. I mean, obviously it's not as good, but yeah, I'm like in the 6 range for it. Like, I'm not mad that I watched it. I had a decent time.
Yeah, like, I'm not like mad at the movie. Just like it's such a wet like a limp fart after watching the Seventh Curse.
It's true. It's like, damn, like, way to end on a fucking brown
So
note.
basically, our recommendation, or you guys' recommendation, is anybody who buys the set, watch Witch from Nepal first.
Either watch Wish from the Paul first or watch the Seventh Curse, put it away, and then like maybe like some other time in the future
No,
we'll watch
I
Wish from
watched
Nepal.
Seventh Curse again and then watched like 2 films at least in between. And then I watched Witch from Nepal, and that movie was a 4 out of 10. It sucks.
I recommend you
I
buy the
really don't like it.
88 Seventh Curse release.
Honestly, it's like one of the worst Hong Kong films I've ever seen. I swear to God. Like, I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen a lot, but like, I mean, I honestly never really disliked movies, but this one was just,
It's the
Yeah, I can see why
romance.
you would really not like this. Is just like romance, like no like
yeah,
touch of action.
This
yeah.
motherfucker keeps going back and forth with romance.
It
1 minute he
just
likes
didn't.
it, one
It
minute
didn't.
he
It
hates
didn't.
it.
It should have went somewhere else, and it just didn't. It was like romance, romance, romance. I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, this isn't even a this.
It was
Is this
very
even a
one
genre
note,
film at
yeah.
this point? I'm like, fuck you, man. Like, come on.
It's a witch. That's what I mean.
Meanwhile, Seventh
She
Curse
gave
gave
him.
us like a smorgasbord of literally fucking anything you could
It was
desire.
like literally a buffet of like Hong Kong
Everything.
dishes.
Dude, it was Indiana
Greatest
Jones with
hits.
just batshit other shit going on. It was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah, fuck Witch from Nepal. This movie sucked. But
Yeah, my least favorite movie out of any of the movies on the show.
yeah. That's
Damn.
like yeah,
Yep,
that's one of my
by far.
least favorite in a
Yep.
while. I mean, it's not as bad as that some of that shit that we reviewed last year, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we
better.
had some
It's
rough
better
ones last
than
year.
that episode. But
I did struggle
Yeah.
with that though. All right. Feature presentation time, guys.
Ice,
Is
baby.
it that time? All right, so we're gonna take it back to the year 1989 with a film called Iced. Finally making its way to physical media. This one was one of those films that was, notoriously stuck on VHS, and the tape was kind of hard to get. I mean, I'm sure people had it and stuff,
Yeah, it was the
Um,
only way to get it.
Yep. And
DeGosser, I think is this the first time we've done a DeGosser as a main?
Cannibal,
Cannibal.
We literally just did one.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you're dumb as fuck. So,
Yep, I am.
so
And
Ice
we
comes-
reviewed every single one too.
Yeah, we've reviewed. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, we have.
So this one
we love DeGosser, if you haven't noticed.
Yes.
I love the fact that when films get the treatment of like VHS and fuck DVD and just straight to Blu-ray. I love that.
Do you remember when like video stuff was first coming on to Blu-ray and everybody was like didn't like that? Like because they're like, oh, you can't like make a transfer or anything, so what's the point? But it's like I think that it's just like nicer than DVD. Like I wouldn't want to buy a DVD of Iced.
No.
I wouldn't mind a DVD of Ice. Like if a DVD of Ice came out in like 2005, hell yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about now.
I'd still take one. I don't fucking care.
I
I still regularly buy DVDs.
I still buy DVDs too.
doing that.
I'm insane.
No, I still do, man. I just bought a DVD of Posse actually because it has no Blu-ray release. So
I just bought a 2025 movie called St. Patrick's Day Massacre.
I almost
at
bought
Walmart.
that at Walmart as well because I've bought the Leprechaun's game and stuff like that from Walmart. Leprechaun's Curse or something. I don't remember. But,
I tell you what, it feels very 2000s of a slasher. It's got like the color palette. It's got like the weird fucking like alternative soundtrack. It feels very like mid 2000s if you're into that. And like digital video.
I just bought a DVD.
It feels like an Anchor Bay DVD from like that era.
But Anchor Bay DVDs always had really good transfers. Those things were surprisingly good. Like if you even pop one right now, you'd be like, "Fuck, that's not bad." Like,
well, depending on what movie it was.
When
they're releasing like the fucking garbage, like the Tooth Fairy and like Dark Room and crap like that.
But that shit was early 2000s, shot early 2000s, so it was kind of garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying. It kind of looks like that. This movie.
Yeah, this new one, it feels very 2000s in flavor.
Yeah, Ice doesn't have any good elements. I think they remastered this from the Tape Master or something like that. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, and it's probably like Tony said, it's probably one of the worst like picture qualities they've ever released.
The best tape source they could find.
But when you don't actually have a print, that you don't have a 35 was this shot on 35 millimeter?
I think it was shot on 16.
Was it shot on 16? Well, it was still shot
on video.
It was still shot on video. So, or I mean on film. So, yeah, it doesn't look good. So, but it's
I'm
okay
that we got.
Yeah, it's the best that we got.
Of course. This is way better than
if there's literally. It's not a case of them being lazy or something. It's just a case of it not existing.
Of course, and that's what we need to specify. It's about the sources, and that's fine. I mean, I've watched this movie many times. On tape and YouTube. I remember watching this actually one night.
I watched this many times.
Yeah, I watched this actually when I worked at the airport when we were doing burial grounds one time. I remember around that time I watched this on YouTube. I mean, it's because it's one of those films, like you got to watch on YouTube because it didn't have a fucking release, and I wasn't about to seek out the VHS. So, I don't know why I keep watching this movie, but anyways, synopsis.
That's why I said many times. Question mark.
A group of childhood friends are invited to the opening of a posh ski resort, unaware that an old nemesis has murderous plans in mind for them.
Isn't it a fucking timeshare?
No,
it's not.
Is it not?
no,
I thought. Are you sure?
no. They get invited. Like all the people that are at the resort get invited up there by the owner because there's kind of a connection there. It's not a timeshare.
You're right.
Yeah.
None of them have none of them have any financial status in this place. They're invited there. They actually talk about the invitation.
That's what a timeshare is. You get invited.
is...
Haven't you seen the South Park episode?
No, dude, a timeshare. You literally buy a timeshare. Like I could buy a timeshare right now.
Yeah, that's what it.
Yeah, the four of us could buy a timeshare for one
But
house.
the South Park episode, what they're trying to they're making fun.
No,
of
but if you buy a timeshare, you can go there weekend after weekend or whatever.
Right,
they're
invited to look at like a timeshare. I thought I swear to where am I getting timeshare from then?
I don't know, but it says they were invited up there.
I think you're right, JP. I remember a timeshare. They
I
are
know
invited, but I think
fucking
they're
right,
invited.
bro.
They literally got
Look at the
invitations. That's not
property,
that's not a timeshare because
What
a
happened
timeshare
in
you
South
got to
Park?
pay
What-
for.
Hold on. What happened in South Park?
No, I
They
think
got
they're
invited.
signed up
like,
for it.
I'm
check out the
just
timeshare.
saying, fuckers, is that they were the first people at this new resort. They were invited up there to check out the resort for a reason. They weren't buying a
timeshare.
They weren't.
I didn't listen. You are blatantly ignoring what I'm saying. Like you're intentionally just disregarding everything.
I get what you're saying.
I'm not saying that they are actually. I think they literally say like we're not like we'll go and enjoy it.
Oh yeah. You could be right. I'm saying they weren't invested in one. They might have been up there for a timeshare, but yeah,
it was the guys like maybe the
whatever.
guys of a timeshare.
But I'm just saying, an actual timeshare. When you buy into a timeshare.
Yeah. I remember that standing out because I'm like the only other time I've ever like seen anything with timeshare was the South Park episode. You know, the Aspen episode. Was it the Aspen
Dude, I know
episode?
tons of people that have bought into timeshares.
I got tricked into a timeshare.
You don't know anybody that has a timeshare and anything?
No, because I think that
I think everyone knows it's a
South
scam
Park.
now.
Yeah, like South Park was like I don't think anybody did it after that.
No, timeshare.
Actually,
people that buy into timeshares are fucking idiots, man. Like seriously, I've been to Mexico many times, and what they do when you first go to a hotel, they always try to sell you on timeshares. They'll like, okay, we need to sell you these guys on timeshares. Fuck that shit. Don't buy into that shit.
I just don't want to go to the same place every single year.
No,
at
fuck
the
that.
same exact time every year. Like, fuck that shit.
No, it doesn't have to be the same time. You can buy certain times, but like,
Okay.
I mean, but yeah,
Still,
nobody wants
it's like-
timeshares. Because I've never been back to the same place
online.
twice in all the places I've ever been to.
Related
And then you
to
hear
the
that they're
timeshare
like really
pitch
hard
they
to sell
received.
too.
Okay, so that was the guy's angle when he invited him there was for a timeshare.
Yeah,
whatever,
you
but-
fucking assholes making me sound. This is no.
No, I was
misery
thinking you were
situation.
saying that they were going to their timeshare. That's the way you made it sound. And I was like, they weren't going to a timeshare.
It's
someone owned a
also New
timeshare.
Year's Eve, right?
Yeah, they were literally the first people at this resort and to try it out because the guy just.
Is it a New Year's
once
movie?
to a timeshare meeting? You ever like spin the wheel things where
Yeah,
it's like you can win
it's New
this?
Year's.
So
It says, upon a snow peak, a newly renovated posh ski resort where they have been mysteriously invited for an exclusive New Year's Eve event.
There's literally not an ounce of New Year's in this movie.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they don't even mention it once.
Not one time. You would that's actually a bullshit synopsis right there. I don't think they even mention. No.
I'll take it though. I'll watch this shit every New Year's Eve. Why not?
So
I like
we
this
have
movie.
the opening is fucking funny. The whole movie's kind of funny, honestly. Like not
that's
intentional.
kind of the novelty of it. Like,
Dude,
Yeah,
that.
it's
is
just
that guy
really
supposed to
stupid.
die? Like on
Yeah.
his like, is he supposed to die? Like, or
That
like,
was the pussiest way to die maybe like ever filmed.
because
Oh
it
my
is
Yeah.
god.
it's ridiculously bad. Like,
He
I
didn't
always
even
thought it
look
was
like that
super.
high of a jump.
Yeah, it's like he just like went off of like like maybe a 5 foot little bump.
Yeah,
Dude, it's just like the whole like concept of where he's like, I'm so mad, I'm gonna go ski on the big hill.
stupid.
And he like grips his like his fucking whatever those things are, his poles, and he just like it thinks about his girlfriend cheating on him. Just, he goes down the slope. Ugh. This was surprisingly sleazy to me
Oh
for
yeah, it's super sleazy. If there was actually a good transfer, I'm pretty sure you would see like straight up like penis and vagina lips because there's
yeah.
some
Oh
scenes
my
where
The
gosh.
one girl like gives a flash of her butthole as she's like getting into the hot tub.
yeah. That's what I mean. Like it's
Yeah, if you
actually
had 4K, then yeah, you could zoom in
yeah
on that shit.
yeah. Um,
Yeah,
but
dude, you
man,
could tell it's just like some random like of not an experienced crew. They're like, yeah, just get naked and hop around on each other.
yeah, I like when the next day like you see her all like frosty body with like all her like titties are all frosted up.
And that was the original Wednesday Addams, that girl.
Yep.
Are you
Jesus
serious?
Christ.
That's
Yeah.
Yep.
So when
pretty
she did this
villain.
movie, apparently, man, she got some serious ass backlash from her fans, and they're like, "Wow," because she wanted to break out of the mold of being like this child actor and stuff like that. I'm like, well, if you want to break out of it, man, just get super fucking sleazy and show your pussy open on screen. I'm like, why not? Isn't that crazy
She was
though?
in another good slasher around that time called Blood Frenzy. Definitely, it's
Anne
like a
Hathaway
desert
did that too.
slasher.
Oh,
Not as good.
oh shit, man, man, that's another one that needs a release, man. That's a nut. Super
For
stuck on
real.
VHS. Fuck.
I
Yes.
love the back of this.
Yeah.
Jeff
Jeff
was
was
here.
here.
That fucking snowman. I
Oh,
fucking
dude,
love
that
that.
is the most.
How long do you
I'm
think he was
just like,
waiting in
what the
there?
fuck?
The most preposterous thing you could ever like put on a script. I
But
love
man,
it
she
so
grew up
much.
though, man, because she was hot in this movie.
She
And her
was.
death was pretty sweet because, like I said, you got to see some pretty sleazy shit in the hot tub. It was pretty good.
And like JP said, like the aftermath was pretty cool. Like the next day frost of
Yeah.
her
Yeah,
just
she's just
like
all like
chilling still.
frozen, titties all frosted up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of this movie?
I mean,
I
I
really
always,
like this movie.
I like it.
Like
Yeah.
obviously like it's pretty slow. Like a lot of the kills are like pretty much backloaded,
Hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
which
like a lot of you have your intro, and then you kind of just have like a block of where it spins its wheels into like the last like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bunch of
right.
typical fucking
There's no
later.
character development.
Yeah,
Well,
like
there's
There's just
actually
these
some
beats and
funny like there's actually okay, so I watched it twice. The first time was like weeks ago because we were supposed to
yeah, I
record.
watched this a couple weeks ago.
And then I watched
Hmm.
it again just like earlier this week, just like kind of not fully watching it, but like threw it on just to like refresh my
A little
memory.
refresher. Yeah.
And like stuff that I noticed this time was like that when the girl's telling the story of how she was like at the drive-in and had no tits, and so she stuffed her bra in the rain and stuff. And I was like, okay, this is like funny in between slasher stuff where I think it separates like the ones that completely suck from like the ones that are like passable because there's like funny shit that happens in between. But yeah, it is definitely a little bit slower. But on rewatch, I kind of enjoyed it a little bit more.
That's
you know,
good.
my favorite part in the movie though is the dude that's going up to the resort, man, that gets killed by the loader. That scene is so fucking. I love that shit, man.
Like the guy, like the first guy to die.
It's like such an early 80s thing to do, man. There's always one character that gets killed like so obscurely off, like whatever. So
And so slowly
Another
too. It's
very
yeah,
like,
yeah.
another very 80s thing to do is to have the fucking guy dress up exactly like the fucking dude that died at the beginning of the movie.
Mhm.
Or is it him, like it's just like it's so it like even to where the goggles are we get POV vision of the goggles. Where it
How'd you
has, like,
feel about the
back.
broken goggle POV?
I love
thought
it,
it
man.
was
I
really
thought it was
cool.
actually one of the best parts of the film, man. It's
It
super
looks
cheesy,
so
but it's fun.
awesome.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's silly and stupid, but like, because like, why would you even hinder your vision to do what? You know what I mean?
But
To just
hmm
the thing is with these characters, man, like these
Poop 'em.
characters are some of the they're fucking geeks, bro. Like they're like Harvard graduates and they all have these fucking, these big white collar jobs and shit like that. And like they come back from skiing and shit like that and like, "Oh, you want a beer?" "No, I'll have a fucking black coffee." I'm like, "Fuck off, dude." Like if I'm out at a resort, like, you know what I'm doing, man? I'm having some fucking beers, bro.
dude, if you're
Yeah.
not at a resort, you're having some beers. If you're anywhere, you're having some beers.
Exactly, man. Why not, man? Why not?
Right. If you're at a resort, you're having copious beers.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
These guys
The
drinking
one
black
time I
coffee.
went to a
Fuck that.
resort, that shit was all inclusive. I was drunk the entire fucking time.
Exactly, man. That's the way it should be. And like these guys are like, "No, I'm gonna have some fucking coffee." I'm like, shut the fuck up. These guys are geeks. Whatever. But
I really like that one guy's rat tail, like the asshole, like party dude
Yeah,
named
yeah,
Carl.
yeah.
the guy with the
Yeah, when
with,
he's in the
with the
bathroom
coke with the coke.
cocaine.
Yeah, he's starting the coke. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy's making fucking 6 lines of coke for himself.
Dude's
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
crazy.
Yeah. It's so stupid. Like you would
sick.
never see
That's the
dudes in their early
novelty of this
20s
movie,
drinking
like-
fucking brandy. You want a brandy? No. What are you,
Isn't he
fucking
like
68 years old?
ass naked in the bathroom with the coke too?
Yeah. Yep. Giving no fucks, just snorting off his own asshole right there.
Oh man,
So ridiculous.
yeah, totally.
You remember the scene where the one guy's like eating the pie? And it's almost like he's eating it so like sensual. He's like almost like fucking the pie. And it lasts like 30 seconds of like zoomed in on this guy just like essentially eating this pie and then just getting stabbed immediately. It was the most fucked up thing. And he didn't even die. That was like the one time the killer like showed mercy and then just like walked away.
Dude, the one character in the film, man, I'm sure Tyler can probably relate or remember this, but he's the one fucking dork, man. When he wears his glasses, he looks like fucking Connor McDavid. Like he takes his shit off, he looks exactly like Connor McDavid.
He kind of
Like,
does.
I actually started laughing at this. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like identical to him, man.
Yeah,
It's
the
crazy.
guy that shows up like one of the last, the guy that shows up with the couple, right?
Is this movie
like,
Canadian?
No, it's not.
he's got that same kind of kind of like fluffed hair, dude, the scruffy face, and
He
just
looks
like
exactly
that,
like him. It's fucking wild, man. It's so crazy. Should make some memes of that because nobody would think of that but except for us.
Connor
But
David.
it's hilarious.
Nobody would ever make such a meme.
Because nobody would even get it. The guy from
Right, yeah,
Ice
nobody
looks
would
just
get
like
it.
Connor McDavid. What? What and what? Fuck.
The most
average
obscure
person-
meme
The
ever
crossover
created.
audience between Connor McDavid fans and
Ice.
Ice is this podcast.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So what do you guys think of the kills in the film? I mean, honestly, man.
I mean, I don't think there's any that are like, fucking Tom Savini level Friday
It's
13th
nothing
or
crazy,
something.
but they're all right. They're funny, I guess.
Like
it's-
honestly, like the snowplow death that Moodz already talked about was probably my favorite.
My
Yeah.
favorite was when the guy at the beginning when he just like falls off the cliff.
Yeah,
onto the-
we were dying. We were
Ground.
laughing
Oh,
at
dude, that shit's so funny, man.
He
I
just
mean,
gets- he
I was
gets
like,
so
he
mad.
died from that.
it
The
sucks that
weirdest thing,
Jeanette's
yeah.
character got killed. Like, it's so stereotypical to kill somebody in a hot tub with like some fucking electrical.
I
shit.
like that.
It's like,
I like the sleaziness of it. It definitely
Well,
helps.
I
them
used
out.
to-
no, the
Well,
aftermath is
well-
better than the kill, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
yeah,
But, like,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you got some generic kills too. Like you got an icicle stab, you got like a ski pull through the neck. It's like a lot of like random like generic kills like that, but nothing like too exciting.
So explain to me the one. I'm sure JP loves this, but Buddy sets up a fucking a bear trap or an animal trap,
The fucking bear trap.
and it works. and the buddy steps in it, but he shoots himself. I'm like, how the fuck did he shoot himself by stepping in?
Scared to cheddar bobbed himself.
Dude, it makes literally, he's holding a big gun. Like, how the fuck you shoot? It's so stupid, man. Like, he fucking steps in this thing and shoots himself. Oh, man. I was dying, man.
But the stinger like ending, right? Like that is the most like Tony said, preposterous shit I've ever seen in my life. No.
Yeah.
Tony is so frozen right now.
Oh no!
Oh, there he's back.
There he's back.
Yeah, I got some crazy ass winds outside.
Yeah, your
You're just
internet is
frozen.
being fucking,
You're in
your,
ice territory.
your internet is being ignorant, bro.
My internet just took a fucking shoot.
I like the setting though. Like that is definitely the selling point of this movie. Like the
Oh, yeah,
setting,
100%.
the lodge, the it actually seems like it has like some money on the screen, despite the script being like.
I actually looked to see if it was shot in Canada because it does seem like it would have been, but it actually
That's why
wasn't.
I asked,
Yeah, no, it's not.
But I was actually surprised with the amount of like money that it looked like it had.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly entertaining for what it is. It's just, I mean, honestly, these characters most of the characters are just shitty. Like, honestly, like Jeanette was probably my favorite one because she was like kind of the slutty slutty, and then she
Was that
exits.
Wednesday?
Yeah, yeah.
She was definitely the most memorable.
Fuck, is she ever? She grew up to be super hot, man. It's kind of bad. Like I like looking at her, I'm going, damn, man, you were fucking in the original. Like that's not. It's weird. It's weird when you put those connections together. You're like, damn. Can you watch
But
the
what's-
original? Can you go
Every
back
Wednesday
and watch the
Addams is
series again?
hot, though. Christina Ricci, Jenna Ortega.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess that's just what the character is. I know. I love Ricci, man. She's a big crush of mine. But going back and watch those like older episodes, you're like, oh shit. Now it's just weird to see Wednesday like that, man. But
Especially like that. Like, this movie is so sleazy, it's like skirting the line of like soft core.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially like the bathtubs and shit. Like
Yeah.
it's just, all even like the sex scene with where she's like riding him on the chair. I'm like, that's kind of graphic.
For real.
Yeah.
Do you guys notice like the music in this movie, like during the chase scenes, was like a literal rip off of Friday the 13th?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
100%.
I don't know.
I
actually fell
I
asleep
actually have that written
watching
down.
this.
Actually, I forgot to mention it. Yeah.
I fell asleep watching this the first time, and when I woke up and thought I was watching Friday the 13th. No shit.
Mhm.
Like I was like, what the fuck? Because like that sound is instantly recognizable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It like woke me up.
Of all things to rip off, like the most iconic shit, like might as well just put like the Halloween soundtrack in your
Yeah, I
fucking
don't get
Right,
that,
yeah.
man. I don't get that. Like how they got away with that because it's like an interpretation of it, but it's still the exact same thing. You
It's
can
like
still
when
get noted
Vanilla
on
Ice
sampling.
was like, nah, theirs goes dun 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 dun, dun and ours goes dun 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 dun. dun.
Yeah.
You ever see that video?
yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
He's like, it's not the same.
It's not a Queen sample because ours goes this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullshit. Fuck.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Oh man. That's funny. Rob Van Winkle. That's a great name.
Should we talk about the snowman?
Oh my god, dude.
I
that
tried to like
scene.
3 times because I love it.
Like,
Like
I
the
feel
end-
like we just kind of have to.
Go
Let's
for it.
build a snowman.
Like, we're not gonna spoil actually who the killer is in this movie, but there's like an ending jump scare that is legitimately like one of the most retarded things you could ever like even think to put on a movie.
It 100% is.
It doesn't even make a lick
But
of
it's
sense.
amazing. But
It's
so
amazing
fun.
because it's so fucking stupid that you're like this like, was this whole movie a dream? Like what is going on here?
Yeah, so like the killer is taken care of, and then there's like an epilogue that's like 5 years later with the survivor, and they're like around a snowman, and then the killer just pops out of the snowman.
Like he like burst out of the snowman.
He
like
like
an actual
explodes out of the snowman.
Yeah, like a
snowman.
real
So
fucking
the
snowman.
concept is that this guy would have had to, one, survive, two, build himself into a snowman,
Just say
and
person.
three, wait in there while person. While
Not to mention also decorate the snowman.
yes, right.
Not the greatest. Yeah.
Dude,
I thought the same thing. I'm like, how could you ever encase yourself into
this?
this, man? It makes no sense.
Not to mention, like, how are you gonna time that to where you're not like dead by the
Dude,
time
yeah,
somebody
exactly.
shows up?
How long was he in the snowman for?
It reminds
I
me
don't
of a
even
jump scare in
understand how
Nail Gun
you
Massacre.
I don't even understand how you write that and nobody's like, bro, that's fucking retarded.
He's
It's
like,
just
'cause
like
he was probably like, my whole movie's retarded. What is this at the end of it?
The thing that
I would
drives
be
me,
like, fair point.
the thing that drives me nuts about this movie, though, man, is like, you know, I mean, is slasher films have always been plagued with issues within kills. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of films will open up with a kill and then have a lot of time in between. And then just go over the bang. This is one of those fucking, I mean, this is 1989. You would think that you would have learned the formula where you need to kind of pace out your kills a little bit more. You know, I get with the, you know, character development, whatever you want that in the slasher film, but are you fucking kidding me? We go like pretty much the entire middle of the film and pretty much everything happens the last 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
I
a
think
problem.
I think a lot of people,
But it's
that were making
1989.
these-
Like, the formula should have been perfected by this time. It's like, man, you need to pace out your shit a little bit more.
I think
But
that's the
Right,
problem.
you got
though,
movies
with
like
a lot of-
Moonstalker that's like 20 kills.
yeah,
Yeah. I think the problem is a lot of the producers and directors and stuff like knew they were making slasher films but weren't like fans of slasher films, so they didn't
Right.
really care, you know.
so they wanted an
about, like-
opening and an ending. That was it. Who
Yeah.
cares what happens in the middle kind of thing? It's like, it's frustrating because
That's why
cover.
everybody should make their movies based on like Roger Corman's thought process, where he's like every 10 minutes you have to have either boobs or kills. Boobs or
Exactly.
blood, you know what I
Exactly.
mean?
And like
Yeah.
when you have a setting like a ski resort and this type of, like, it should just be so much better. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to
Yeah.
kill every 10, 15 minutes. It'd be so fucking awesome, man. I mean, there's a lot of downtime in this thing, but it's still fun. I mean, the setting alone just kind of keeps you intrigued in it. But it's
Yeah.
unfortunate that it's like
And the sleaze helps. The sleaze definitely does help.
Right.
Yeah. The sleaze, this movie needs that sleaze.
So what are your guys' thoughts on the transfer?
I mean, it's kind of tough.
I mean,
to
it's
judge
not
these things.
great, but it's like I said, I don't really knock it for not being great because that's what the best they could do.
I will say this is the best I've ever seen it. Because I've seen
Well,
some
that's
pretty bad
good.
ones. I've seen some pretty bad ones.
So they must have
Oh, yeah.
cleaned it up a bit digitally or something.
Yeah.
I've only seen it on YouTube, so yeah, I'd agree. It's the best I've seen, but yeah, obviously it's not the best. I'm glad it has subtitles. That's very important to me.
Also very important to me. Like I love subtitles and
Yeah.
I get so annoyed if I watch an old Shout Factory disc and it's no subtitles. I'm like, you gotta be
Dude,
fucking kidding me.
For real. That's so fucking aggravating.
It is. It really is. I watch
Same with
subtitles
old Kino
everything.
and old Severin.
Yeah.
That's why I respect Arrow and I respect Vinegar Syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
They've
And
always been
especially
on that
because Vinegar
subtitles
Syndrome
game.
will actually put jokes in their subtitles. It's ridiculous. Sometimes it'll be in parentheses, it'll just be Naziing or something. Stupid.
Nazi.
Right.
But
Nazis
yeah,
are
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean the pacing within kills in this film, it's like, fuck, bro. Like, you get you don't even get a kill, you get a death in the beginning. The first kill
the
comes
weakest death in the world.
63
funny.
minutes into the film is when our first kill comes.
Are you
This is-
serious?
Yeah.
God damn, dude.
I actually took
So,
note of that. I was
it's
like,
it's really backloaded.
Well, besides the snowplow guy at the beginning that doesn't
Yeah.
even show up to the party.
yeah. Yeah, it's the second kill. So we get one, and then 63 minutes later, we get the second kill. So I mean, you get that. Fuck, dude, it's too spread out. But all in all, I'm still a fan. I'm actually really fucking stoked this actually came out though. So we always wanted this one, and we finally got it. You know. So I'm sure all the people are like, I want ice. Never seen it. And now they're just disappointed.
I am kind of annoyed that they didn't give us original art.
I know. I wanted to mention that too,
Yeah, I was
dude.
surprised.
What the
These almost
fuck?
always have
Dude,
There's
There's-
two great posters of this movie. Fucking put the shit on there, dog.
You know what pisses me off is not only that we didn't get the original artwork, but we got this artwork twice.
Yeah, that
And
was
it's not very good.
Nothing.
That
Yeah.
was weird to me.
I don't really care for this artwork, and we got it twice. So if they wanted to do
I do like the
some
slip
commissioned
cover
art,
with the
maybe make something
embossed.
underneath the slipcover or make the slipcover different or something. But like, this is completely
Yeah, we couldn't
pointless.
even get
The
this on
slipcover is
the other
pointless.
side.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, this slipcover is pointless to me. But yeah, the original artwork is so much better. And maybe it's a rights thing, obviously.
Well, a lot of times when you're talking about those old posters, like you have to find the guy who actually made the poster,
100%.
and you know, sometimes it's like impossible to even figure out who made it. You know,
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
especially when you're dealing with like more obscure movies. But yeah, do you guys have anything else on Iced?
Not really. Not really.
Iced up.
The only thing I have left that I didn't say is that I have written down that snow boots are very unmenacing.
The killer in general is very unmenacing.
Yeah, the killer in general, just watching his like stupid little stamping in his snow boots, like chasing the
Yeah.
people. It's just he just looks like a little bitch the entire time.
I do like the idea of the snow killer. Like, you know, I like the idea, but yeah, you're right. It's not menacing though. But
Shredder is a better movie from the early 2000s.
yeah, I can see that.
Who's up?
It's been a minute, so
Of the two like ski slashers.
yeah, really, man. Like, how
I
many
haven't
is there?
ever seen Shredder.
There's not a whole lot.
You haven't seen it, JP?
Needs
haven't
to be
seen it either.
utilized a little bit more.
It's
Yeah,
fun.
it's okay. I never upgraded to the Blu-ray. I just kind of passed on it because I wasn't like, but I should probably rewatch it. But
Is there skiing in Blood Tracks?
I
no,
think
off
so.
I don't think they actually go
maybe-
skiing.
Blood tracks.
They go snowmobiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I don't think you're saying skiing though. No. All right, Tony, what do you give it?
Like, even though like the kills are like backloaded, like I still had fun with the sleeves and everything, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it a 7.5. I just really like this movie. Like, yeah, it's not good, but the kills are cool enough. The sleaze is good. The ending jump scare is probably one of my favorite like endings in any slasher movie. The first time I saw it, it just blew my mind. So yeah, I recommend it. And I'm one of the people that really wanted Iced on Blu-ray this whole time.
I feel like the ending of this movie is what Jack Frost really wanted to be.
I can't even remember how Jack Frost ends.
No, I mean it doesn't end like that, but I'm just feeling that it could have been something like Jack Frost.
Like the human jumps out of the scare or the snowman at the end. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, that'd be kind of cool. Like Jack Frost,
That'd
the
be an
human.
ending.
Yeah,
Could you
like
imagine? He finally
like,
he
turned it-
resurrects
he's like
out of the
Chucky.
fucking snowman. Oh my
He's
god!
like Chucky, where he starts turning human underneath the doll.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's like
God.
when Jason X becomes superhuman.
And by the end, he gets more power. Like he kills so much that he obtains the power to actually get out of the snowman. Oh,
All
that's
right,
a crazy,
hit us
that's,
up, Jack
that-
Frost 3.
That's a crazy narrative. That's
Yeah.
a crazy narrative.
It's like Jason Goes to Hell when Jason comes busting out of the fucking floor.
Oh my
Fuck
god!
yeah, that's an epic scene.
That's
All right,
epic
Tyler,
as
what do you give
fuck.
this one?
He's just
Uh,
trying to change the subject from Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 6 because I did enjoy it.
Um, I gave it a 6.5.
I also gave it a 6, like Tyler. I did enjoy it, and I liked it more the second time. And I would watch this in the wintertime, here and there, every couple of years or something like that.
Hmm.
And I'm happy it got released. At the end of the day, like that's important to me. I think that that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, happy to own it. Like I really am.
Yeah,
Might be a yearly watch for me.
Nice.
I think we need
I
to
love
like,
I love winter movies.
we really need to specify in the fact that like, the transfer, is like,
Hmm.
is the best they could do.
Right.
So like some people just kind of look at them like, oh, this thing looks like shit. Like, what the fuck did they do? Kind of thing. It's like, it's the elements, man. It's all about the elements. So,
That's why it's
well,
on the Gosser line.
yeah, relax.
It's
But the DeGosser
video.
so far has looked really damn good for what they've done. I mean, they're releasing low budget
Right.
films.
Yeah. I mean, video stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff
So
that's either shot on video or
60
edited
millimeter,
edited
maybe.
on video or
Yeah.
transferred to video.
Right. Yeah, because
Um
this is not video shot though, but
we forgot
Oh,
to do
it's
this
not?
on the
I thought it
last
was.
episode, but what is the release of the month for you
I
guys?
know I mentioned
This
that.
is kind of tough to call.
Virtuosity.
I mean, for me it's Deranged, but I didn't watch
You know what? I
Seventh
agree,
Curse.
Deranged. It does look really good on 4K. I don't know if we really even talked about how good Deranged looks, but like the blood, even though it's like it looks like paint, it's just like so colorful and just
It's
like
70s.
vibrant.
Yeah, it just got that 70s look.
Because like besides like the red, it's such a fucking like brown neutral movie.
Hmm.
You know what? I'm gonna go. I, I'm gonna give it to Iced, actually,
Whoa.
just because it seems like this is much more of the rarity miting than the other things. Where, if we're talking release wise, I don't think the Seventh Curse and Witch Nepal as a double feature is the greatest release. So I think I'll go with Ice this month.
Videoman for myself. I love
All right, so
Deranged,
the
but
winner is Deranged.
so Videoman hands down for me. I think it's a great release. Honestly, like I'm talking in terms of release though too. Features were fantastic. You had a couple shorts on there. It's really good. It's worth your time. I thought everything was interesting. It's probably 2.5 hours of features, maybe 3. Worth your time. Yeah, good stuff.
All right.
So what are we doing next month?
So next month, which will be in just a couple of weeks,
Yeah.
for the March releases, and I believe, or no, technically it's the February releases, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So record in March, but the February releases. Pretty cool slate of films here. Moods, what did you pick?
I have Rot. Marcus
Rot.
Koch or Cooks. I shouldn't say Koch. He doesn't like that.
Cook.
Marcus Cook's Rot. Oh man, I'm super excited to dive into that shit, man, because I think that thing is just heavy, heavy.
Is that Saturn's Core?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I did pick that one up as well.
So
That's
super.
honestly probably like one of their biggest releases, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. I was super stoked, man. I've had the indie DVD forever, and I couldn't even fucking believe this thing just got released with like, I'm like, it was amazing. Amazing.
And like an earlier 1992 Marcus Cook movie, The Lunch Meat.
Right. Super stoked
Super stoked.
to watch that. So yeah,
Jinx.
All right. And then Tyler went with
I went back to my pool of film movement classics again with a double feature. This time it's The Two Faces of Taikedo. The films are I, the Executioner, and By Man's Face You Will Know Him. Yeah, and basically what they are 60s Yakuza movies from a Japanese Golden Age director.
I assume none of us picked that up besides him.
Nope.
You would be correct.
um, that's why we love Tyler. He's unique. um, I went with something a little more less artistic, maybe, and a little more sleazy. I went with a Jess Franco film. White Cannibal Queen, also known as Mondo Cannibal, and 1,000 other titles because, as we know, Italian films love having 80,000 titles.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've actually seen this one before.
Franco's not Italian, bro. He's Spanish.
Yeah, but this is an Italian movie though, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, Italy, Spain.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm just saying
Spain.
Franco's
And
Spanish, but
the language is Italian in the movie, so
that
I
is
win.
so
I've never
that
seen
is-
it either.
That is so ridiculous. It is honestly, dude, I can't even wait to hear you talk about it, man, because wow.
Bad or wow, just weird. Or
Interesting.
crazy.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. I mean, you never like Franco has such a range of different qualities. So yeah. But yeah, I kind of, went with that. Tony, what did you go with?
The Carpenter, starring the incomparable Wings Hauser.
Mhm.
Yes, which we actually reviewed last summer, I believe, for Canucksploitation.
Exploitation,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or was it it was either in the summer or towards the end of the season, I believe.
Yeah.
Might have been end of the season.
But yeah, the Carpenter, we had fun with it. We said on that show that we wanted to see a release for it, so we got that quicker than we thought. Carpenter's fun. So yeah, that is our picks. We might have a guest on that show as well. And then the featured review is The Possession of Joel Delaney, which I think we've all seen.
I
Yep.
haven't seen it.
Yep.
Oh, you
have not
haven't
seen
seen it?
No. It's got
I'm-
my girl Shirley
I'm-
MacLaine in it. That's all I needed to know.
Oh, dude, you're in for a ride with this one, man. Just put it this way. Can't make this one anymore.
Oh, Shirley.
So
But
Oh
yeah,
no,
so-
Tony's gone.
Oh yeah, Tony's
internet's all fucking up. So
perfect timing though.
Yeah,
honestly,
perfect timing.
End of the show.
Well-
So yeah, that is our March selection. So pretty good, fun lineup there. I'm excited to check out Rot, as well as revisit Possession of Joel Delaney, and apparently Moodz is leaving weird signals on White Cannibal Queen. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna have fun with that one or not.
yep. I just can't wait to hear you talk about
Oh
it.
God. Okay.
All right, well, that's episode 2 from season 2 here on the Sin Bin. Rowdy, man.
We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Deuces.
Peace.